It is Wednesday, my dudes, which means it's time for more Dungeons and Dragons. It is December the 1st, December 2021, session number 6. Took a week off there for Thanksgiving and also because I had COVID. But I'm better now, mostly. There will still be some coughing fits, so bear with me if I mute myself for some reason. That's probably what it is, but we're good. How's everybody? How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
Not bad.
Hey, we're working.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, last time we left off, you guys went to Tanagra with your erstwhile employer, Julia Blackmire, dropped her off, found a place to hang out for the night. You learned some unsettling information, namely that the High Priestess in Godshold had formally denounced the Tarstak family of the latter, as well as Ophelia Elsinore in Tychon, and restricted travel accordingly, whatever that meant. You also all had secret private conversations with Julia, wherein you learned some things, got some money, got some stuff, before she saw you on your way. You guys discussed a little bit about where you wanted to go to next. Your options, it seemed to be, were that you were interested most in were the island of Rocinante, where this clan of shamanic druids apparently see the future, as well as the Abbey of Sin, about which you don't know very much, other than that it seems to be a place where they train the astral self monks. It was rumored to be a place that houses a lot of interesting information, and that nobody has heard from them in a number of months, which is somewhat unusual. Both of these places, your current captain, Jensung, the half-orc lady, has agreed to bring you to for a nominal fee, which you guys were pretty much kind of ballparking and saying, you know, you were going to kind of have her on retainer for a little while to bring you to your next several destinations. So she's on board with that. But before you left, you guys went to go and buy a hat of disguise. Cinder, you found an interesting shopkeep who offered to give it to you for free if you could procure a couple of basilisk eyeballs for him. And you heard that there were some basilisks on the road between Tanagra and Alakesh, so you said, you know what, let's go kill some basilisks first. So I believe that was where we left things. This strange, fat green dragonborn shopkeep kind of nods over in your general direction as you guys are kind of huddled up and deciding on where you're going to go.
There is that's kind of a plan here, yes? Kill basilisks, come back, up to the Seers, and over to the Abbey of Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fine.
Excellent.
Not in person. There was a specific question we had for the Seers. Did anybody write it down? Because I sure didn't.
I thought it was
I don't-
really
I thought it was
secret
for you.
mission. Yeah.
Okay. I think I know. Okay.
Okay.
Just making sure. I thought it might have been related to something bigger that wasn't just a me thing, so I was just checking. But,
I have a question, but it's not for the
you
group.
you wouldn't have told us.
Yeah. Alright, let's look over to the dragon one. Oh, we'll take the job.
Good.
Do you know, like, how far they usually are or anything like that? Where they live?
I think it was like a day away or something like that. To the west.
Right. Is that closer to this city or the next one?
Closer to this one, sure.
Alright.
Yeah,
Can,
Alakesh is about a grid length away, so that's about 132 miles.
Great.
Also, is there anything else we should be aware of? Any other dangers or threats,
yeah.
bandits?
Everything.
They generally, from what I understand, they keep the place pretty tidy and bandit free, thanks to Tanagra. It's just the occasional sand monsters, I guess. You know how it be.
I really don't.
No.
You guys not from around here, are you?
I am.
Well,
They don't
Ah.
know though.
Knows you.
Or-
Well, I'm not from around here. I'm from Tycon, so
ah.
I go around.
I wasn't going to ask.
I'm a traveling merchant. That's what I do. I go around, you know? Sell
Cool,
things
cool.
Tarmaran, sell things Grasswind. Yeah, you just give me them eyeballs, you know.
Yes. How much was it again? How many?
I'd like 3. So that would
We'll do our
be
best.
at least 2 basilisks to kill.
All
But
right.
I think you can manage it. You
Sounds
guys
great.
look
Okay.
pretty strong. She got that axe there, so
Any pointers in killing basilisks?
don't get turned into a statue.
Great.
They do that, you know.
Oh, all right.
They you gotta, you know, avert your eyes.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Hmm.
All
All right, but
right.
we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. It's still
Let's.
pretty early in the day at this point, as I recall. So you were able to set off in that direction if you so desire.
Yes.
We'll
Might as
inform
well.
the captain that we're gonna go do
Yeah.
this.
I thought we did. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
You can
yeah.
can do that.
Does not seem to be registering the dagger, but it's
I'm
fine.
pretty sure I gave it to you.
Yeah, I know. It says it's in my inventory, but it doesn't register in the actions.
If you go to your, it's not. Did you just add it yourself? 'Cause
The dagger?
I see something there in your actions.
Yeah, I didn't add that.
Well,
Oh, I'll just figure it out. Right.
you can figure it out, I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. It's lowercase magic or lowercase magical damage.
Magic.
Magic.
I'm glad somebody knows because I can never keep that straight.
Okay. All right, I'm good. Right. Well, Millicent, when he says sand monsters, what exactly does that mean? Other than basilisks.
I mean, there's a lot of worm monsters, so just a lot of bad
Yeah, okay, great.
different creatures.
Yeah, excellent. All right.
Yeah, from what you guys know, the worms generally do not come this far north. They're pretty confined to the area south of the wall there, as far as you're aware. Ooh, hang on, Fantasy Grounds is not responding. But you guys can begin journeying westward if you'd like. You guys just kind of set out walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess, like, in the direction of Alakesh and go from there.
Unless this is the kind of place that we could rent like a cart or something to make it less.
It
terrible.
wouldn't really shave very much time off. It would just kind of make it a little bit easier, but wouldn't make it much faster.
Just walk. We just got paid. I don't exactly want to spend much of my money.
Fair enough. The journey is not especially harsh. This is a road that is well traveled. There are a lot of deliveries that go back and forth between Alakesh and Tanagra. Alakesh, as you recall, is the city filled with largely smiths and weapon makers and armorers. And they supply not only most of what Tanagra uses, but also a lot of what is used in the Unnamed Islands and in other places around the world. well-renowned for their craftsmanship. As you've heard, they have a couple of, it sounds like, magical relics that they use to craft stuff. And some of the finest craftsmen that kind of flock to that area. So there's a lot of traffic along that road. So you're not alone throughout a good portion of this walk. You for the most of the day that you spend kind of hiking through the sand, it's pretty well packed areas. Couple of copses of trees in the early parts, these kind of short, low-hanging palm trees. But you can kind of continue until nightfall. Anybody who would like to is welcome to make a survival or perception check throughout the day here to see what you are able to find.
Okay.
Ew.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm trying to see which ones. Oh, they're the same.
So hot here. So hot.
Yeah, Rook, it's not that hot.
I'm very tired.
It's yeah, you guys are kind of halfway through autumn at this point, so the nights do kind of cool down. The days are moderately warm, but you are somewhat close to the coast here. With the 25 and the 21, Cinder, you are no stranger to a natural environment. You are a little bit of a stranger to a desert kind of environment like this, but in some ways it's actually like a lot easier to navigate through than it is to navigate through the forests or the sea that you were used to, because it's like, look, it's all flat pretty much, and you know, you can very distantly see that wall to the south, and you can very distantly see the coast to the north, so you pretty much keep in between those things. Not very difficult to walk in a straight line. So you're able to pretty well guide the group, especially because there's a road that you guys are walking on here. It's not a paved road, but it's a sort of impromptu road. Towards the end of the day, you're kind of keeping an eye on the near horizon as you're kind of finding a place that you might want to set down for the night. And you and Celeste also, you find what looks like a little bit of like an outcropping that might lead to, it's kind of a round convex outcropping here that has like a little bit of an opening in the cracked wall here around sunset. Maybe 300-400 feet to the north of this kind of main road that you're chilling out on here. Celeste, you see what looks like a number of sleeping figures outside that same kind of outcropping.
There appears to be some people up ahead, but it looks like they're sleeping.
People?
Well, something up ahead that looks like it's sleeping or napping. Or,
A lot of them?
You see like 3 or 4 from what you can tell.
not a lot. A small group. Maybe 4, but
Would you like me
Typically
to take a
common.
closer look?
it probably wouldn't hurt. So long as you either don't get detected or they're just honestly travelers taking a nap or something.
Well, if they're just travelers, I won't just go up and, murder them. I'll be
This
quiet.
is a relatively common trade route, is it not? Back and forth between these two
Yeah, I believe so.
places.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
like 500-600 feet off the beaten path here.
I feel like it wouldn't be that surprising to see other travelers.
Let's take a quick look. Just a quick look.
Alright, well, good luck, and I'll slap him with a guidance.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, you can make your way over there. Do you want to be stealthy about it?
I would.
Go ahead.
I'll add that kind
Oh
of.
my god.
You guys clearly see Rook just kind of
That's
stalk
fair.
away.
Hello? Grab the fucking dice, please. Alright, let's use my fucking keypad.
Cool.
Yeah, you're not used to walking around in sand. You don't really know how to
hide.
you don't really know how to quiet your footsteps or stop yourself from kind of dragging your feet and making a lot of noise here in these kind of dunes. So you kind of just sort of trudge your way over to this, what looks like a little camp here. And you get close and you see these people, they're not sleeping, they're not moving at all. And as you get pretty close in this kind of twilight, you can see they are completely unmoving. And as you get a little bit closer, seem to be made out of stone.
Oh. Oh.
I just take out some. Let's see here. Make sure I took that. Yeah. Just take out some wire and just kind of point back. It appears we found where the basilisks are.
No, nobody hears anything because you're about 500 feet away at this point.
Oh shit! All right, never mind. Hello? Is this? All right, never mind.
What's going on?
Yeah, I'll just walk back.
Just like, tap the end. Hello?
Hello? Hello? I try to quietly walk back to them.
Okay. You walk back.
They didn't see me because they're stone.
Oh.
I guess maybe they saw me. I don't know how that works. Are they still conscious in there?
Probably not. And also, were you able to see anything that turned them into stone? Like said basilisks we're supposed to be hunting for?
You know, I didn't really take the time to look.
It was pretty.
Yeah.
But, you know, I imagine they're somewhere in the area, right?
Yeah, so I guess we found the spot.
Millicent, any tips on how to, not be seen or heard when it's just sand everywhere?
Not really.
Oh, excellent.
I'm not sure what you hope to get out of that.
I mean,
I guess
feel
you
like
don't
when
really
Millicent-
need the hiding tactic.
I feel like when she goes to solve a problem, it involves walking up to it with an axe.
Yeah.
that.
Alright. I'll
Maybe
just be
you can
behind
find-
you, and
That
that will be my approach. So I guess just scour the area.
Yeah.
Can we handle this tonight?
Oh, are you like pushing exhaustion or anything yet?
Not quite yet. You guys maybe have like a half hour left of daylight. It's just kind of up nearing sunset here.
Oh, then sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're
At least until the sun
nearby.
goes down. Yeah.
It's just it's a little bit on the darker side because you have kind of that mountain range to the. Well, never mind. The sun comes up in the east and it goes down in the west. So the sun is actually pretty well. Actually, there's a mountain range directly to your west too, over on Tycon. So.
Great.
Yeah.
Search just as a group or in pairs?
I think in this case,
Probably
a group.
group.
Alright, great.
I prefer not being stone.
Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't like that either. Alright, well, yeah, one of you two maybe lead the way. I don't really know how to track these things.
I assume I know the answer to this, but should something go poorly, we don't have a solution to the stone, right? We're just progressing
I
with
would
caution.
I'd imagine Alakesh or Tanagra.
Right. Proceeding with caution, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have great resto yet. Nor do we have a diamond.
No.
Yeah.
Sure don't.
We have money.
Yes. You could afford a diamond.
One.
Well,
Yeah, well. Should we just head over to those statues then and just begin scouring the area?
yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Do you think that's like bait?
Would
The
you like me to
statues.
investigate it and see how old it is?
Well,
If
not
there
if
are
it's bait.
tracks.
Because then they come out and attack.
I guess that also bring into the question, how smart are they?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't understand how
Yeah,
these
they're
creatures
monsters.
work. Like, if most of the creatures that come to my mind hunt for food, unless these things eat rocks, I don't really understand the purpose of this or what their motives might be, so really not sure applying that level of
Maybe they-
logic works here.
Anybody who wants
No,
to
they just-
can make a nature check.
Sure.
I'm not smart. I'm proficient.
Ooh, good thing I have some proficiency. Oh. Wow, I'm smart
The
for
Millicent,
once.
you actually have run into these things before with your tribe.
Oh,
you didn't
cool,
fight them
cool.
directly, but you are familiar with them
Yeah.
because they do live in this kind of biome. As far as you've been told, they basically petrify people, and then they use their heads as a breeding ground. Essentially, they have their babies burrow into the skull, and then eat their way out once they're strong enough to.
Okay.
Does anybody know anything about these things?
Yeah, you know what? I do remember kind of coming across some
Oh,
when I was traveling
yeah.
with my tribe and didn't really fight them because that's stupid. So, or doing stupid things. I love it.
Oh.
So a lot of the times when they turn them into stone, they kind of
Uh-huh.
use that to put babies in the skull. And then, yeah, babies go boom. So it's kind of like their nest. So if we go there, maybe we're just pissing off the mother, and maybe that's our way of baiting them.
That's the most terrible
That's
thing
an
I've ever
idea.
heard.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I
is.
don't-
But it might
What the-
be useful for us.
Yeah, don't get turned to stone.
Yeah.
Okay, call it.
I told you, this continent is dangerous.
Oh no, I feel
Anyone-
like definitely don't go towards those stone guys.
Yeah.
If they're just, if that's the nest over there,
But
or
that could be we're finding
or
them.
the-
That's how we attract them.
or some of you go up there, and I will try to stay hidden, and I'll try to hit them from the shadows. I don't know,
Something about it.
shadows.
You're gonna stand in Cinder's shadow, basically speaking.
Yes, yes, I will. Yes.
Well, I'm going to guess that considering how few people, well, it's a trade route, sure, but like that there's still going to be a limited number of people, and I'm going to guess that we probably won't have that much trouble finding them. It's just how we're gonna go about that.
Just approach the nest first, then, and then if they pop out, then cool, and we'll all attack.
Yeah, just close your eyes and swing.
Yeah. It's just that easy.
I'm sure it will be much more exciting in the moment.
Yeah.
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 Is there anything else we need to be concerned about with them? Like, we know the stone aspect, but
Hi.
like, and the terrible brain children thing, then that's going to haunt my nightmares. Is there anything else? Like, can they breathe fire? Like,
Millicent, you never saw
How
them
bad
breathe
are-
fire.
No.
They stare at people and turn them to stone, and they also bite people.
They turn people into stone, and they bite.
Great.
That's
At least that
their
part
main.
makes sense.
Yep. That's why. Close your eyes and swing.
Right. Who would like to lead this?
I mean, I guess I could.
Okay.
Walk in front.
Actually, I will
I'll
say,
follow behind.
Millicent, with that natural 20 on the nature
Oh,
check,
okay.
your tribe that you traveled with had a particularly useful way of dealing with them. For one thing, they would send their biggest, toughest, strongest people with the healthiest bodies to face them, and they could sometimes trick them into targeting themselves in a reflection.
Okay.
Of course, you also realize that might not be the best way to get their eyeballs, but
Oh, yeah. Well, before when we would deal with them with my tribe is kind of them look at their own reflection somehow, but also eyeballs. So I don't really know how we're gonna do this besides swinging.
If there's
Yeah,
more than two, then we could maybe do the reflection thing
Yeah,
with
or just trick
something
them.
of ours.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. Don't you have a shield, Celeste? Or
I do have a shield. It's not very reflective, though.
mm.
Um. Uh, unless someone else has something on them. Honestly, as much as I hate to say it, I think we just need to brute force our way into this one.
I think so. But it is sounding like that.
I don't like
Okay.
it, but
Close your eyes and swing.
No.
yeah.
All right. Lead the way, Millicent.
I will follow behind Millicent and look around very carefully.
Yeah. I was like confidently to start walking in a random, like kind of like close to the
After you send
statues
her,
and just like,
Right.
I will go last. My body is not very healthy. I feel
All
like
right.
perhaps
Mine is
I am
actually-
the
mine is a-
most likely to turn to stone.
I was about to say I don't think mine is either, and then I realized no, that's not true. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's constitution. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
mm,
Health.
mm.
It's a con save. Not a
that'd
particularly
be
high one either.
That'd be a +1 for me.
Oh no. Yeah.
All right,
I
so
have
you guys, what's your marching order here?
Me, I'm first.
I'd be
The marching
second.
order is Millicent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's marching. The rest of us are being very, very.
Concerned.
Cautiously skulking.
Yes.
I just confidently start walking in a direction.
All right, you in this late evening glow, you saunter over to this ridge where you see these 4 stone bodies strewn about. Looks like mostly humans. And you can see from this, as you approach, you can see they all have large holes in the back of their heads.
Oh.
And you can also see there
Oh.
seem to be 2 lines kind of leading into this crack in the ridge that's maybe 6 feet wide at the widest point, where it looks like one of these bodies was probably dragged inside.
And we can't see inside, I'm guessing.
Discord is like, hey, I noticed you're listening to Spotify. Would you like to stop? I'll do that for you. I'll stop it for
Yeah.
you.
Just for you.
It's done that 10 times so far. So yeah, you see these 4 stone bodies outside. Anybody who wants to is welcome to make a perception check.
Love to. I'll also give myself guidance.
Oh, I'm on it with perception today.
Y-
Oh!
Ow.
Cinder.
All right.
27.
You see, you guys
Damn.
all see very plainly these two creatures that are doing a terrible job of hiding just inside the cave entrance here. Let me go ahead and
Oh.
put you guys on the map here.
Did they happen to roll low when we happened to roll high?
They rolled their stealth checks. The highest was an 8.
Wow.
Oh,
Exceptional.
hell yeah.
So you guys can kind of
Good.
arrange yourselves
Oh, yeah.
as you'd like to.
Where's the entrance? Or where? I guess
Are
whichever.
we?
The cave entrance is that sort of. Yeah.
And
that
we're
thing.
like over here.
Yeah, you guys are kind of approaching from there.
Okay. So I guess I was like probably front.
Does it seem like they noticed us?
They do. They're just. It looks like they're trying to ambush you, but
Okay.
their efforts are unsuccessful.
Got it. Alright.
Oh, this was not love.
So
Does that seem to be a like small cave opening?
the opening is small, but you can't really tell exactly how far in or back it goes. It seems to kind of go down.
Yeah.
I could easily just block it off if you want that. Like, I could just put fire in the doorway and.
I would love that.
Go ahead and roll initiative here, so you guys can kind of.
Okay.
I'll say
being
I'll
if
say
they
for
escape.
for intents and purposes, you guys can get a surprise round on them because they don't know that you can see them. They think they're being very clever.
Oh, okay.
They have they have
Okay.
intelligence of
Okay.
2,
No.
so
Oh.
they are just slightly more sentient than a used toilet sponge.
Are we not? Are we not able to look at them at all?
I think it's eye contact.
Oh,
Right?
what
You'll
do
find
I
out.
know for- No, no, we can't afford that. Blah, blah, blah.
So,
Oh, it's
Rook,
me.
you're technically first here.
Wow.
These initiatives
You-
are tremendous.
Yeah.
Mine is nominal.
Wow.
Like you two have a 3.
I deserve a 3.
All right. They are surprised.
They're not
Technically.
they're not. They
We
can
weren't-
see you,
we
and
weren't-
they're.
It does matter to me.
Or they were like
I'll
a
say
crap.
I'll say sure. I'll say you
Okay.
can do your thing. They don't know that you see them, so for this, I'll say yeah, they're probably surprised. They're
I
dumb as
will
shit.
shoot at the one in the front with the short bow. I guess I will close my eyes, I guess, or well, we've
Okay.
already seen them, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well then I'll just shoot it and then I'll close my eyes.
Okay.
So then advantage.
Yeah, that's fine because you have your assassinate thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a real dick move of me to deprive you of your assassin thing, I think. So that's just fine.
And that means it's a crit.
That means it's a crit. Let's see if it
Oh,
works
wow.
right. It will not work correctly, so we will have to adjust it. I still haven't
Well, I mean,
downloaded the correct extension.
I didn't make it a crit, so
Oh,
just
so we'll
we
just
can just
add
add
the
the-
appropriate amount of
yeah.
damage. Wow, that's a high roll. Holy
Damn,
shit.
what about-
And another
plus 18.
another 18 on top of that. You see Rook just kind of skulks up behind Cinder, peeks out, and just absolutely reams the basilisk in the front, shoots it right in the forehead. It lets out a shriek of pain. Technically surprised around here, so Millicent, you're up. Millicent,
Okay.
oh, you
Take
have a bonus
step back
action.
and I just like,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, I'll hide. I hide.
You
Yeah.
can hide. Millicent, I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Because it is the start of
okay.
your turn, and you can see it, and it can see you.
Cool.
You're fine.
Health checks.
Okay. Thank God. All right. Once I realized that, wow. I guess is that me? How far is this guy? I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm just gonna run straight forward because I saw where they were.
All right.
And I would like to rage.
A literal blind rage. Millicent just
Yup.
charges forward in the sand here, kicking up
And
little
you know
clouds
what?
of dust. She almost trips over a petrified corpse, but you get up to it.
Okay. I'm
You
gonna
imagine.
reckless attack.
Okay,
So I
yeah,
can
so
get
you can flat roll.
for the first. Yeah.
Remind me of that, please.
Reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, yeah, you get advantage on me when you attack me. I think it's just once per turn, or on the first attack, which is.
I thought Reckless was just however
Reckless
many
gives
wanted.
you advantage for the
Yeah, I just get advantage.
turn.
I just gotta say it. I think I just gotta say
Yeah,
it
it's for the
before.
turn.
Yeah, just for that turn. And then any attack rolls against me, they have advantage.
They already
until
will anyway because
my
you're averting
turn.
your gaze. So
Yeah.
no
Alright.
no reason not to do it.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Where's my there?
And you guys watch as Millicent just kicks up some dust, almost
Yes.
trips over a corpse, keeps going, bounds up to this entrance, kind of feels around for a second, and then has her little Elastigirl moment where she's like feeling around for it, like, ah, there it is.
Yeah. Alright, damage. Plus Divine Fury.
You hear this thing like,
Oh, that was sad. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna do the Stone Whisper, my axe
a
damage.
little bit of extra damage there.
Yeah, that's the only time I can use it, and that should be it. Let me just add my temp hit points real quick. I think I get like.
All right, well, Cinder, you are up. You are just outside the range of its gaze. Millicent is sort of standing there.
There.
Yeah, right in the line of fire.
Right in the sweet spot.
Literally.
I know. I'm
Literally.
sorry.
And her eyes are
Going
closed.
Yeah.
You were like, all right, I'm gonna light the entrance on fire. They're like, good. And then Millicent just runs up right into the front of them and just closes her eyes and refuses to elaborate.
Didn't listen to you.
I just turn to Rook. If she asks, they breathe fire.
You turn back to Rook, who was sitting there. He thinks he's hiding. He's not. He's literally just sitting crisscross applesauce in the middle of the sand with his hands over his eyes.
And I will summon the spirit and cast a spell. Oh wait, is an action to summon the spirit? Yeah, wild shape. What are you?
It's a bonus action, I think.
Yeah, bonus.
Oh, wild shape is
Nope.
usually
Summon.
an action.
Summon wild spirit is action.
Oh, but
So-
then it's a bonus to command.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I will not summon him because his damage is beans. I will instead
This is beans.
cast flaming sphere.
This is beans.
I'm just gonna put it like in the mouth of the cave. Which
Okay.
it's anybody within 5 feet of it, so Millicent probably gets one. Because I don't know that I can put it on them without
Yeah,
her.
yeah, you're gonna.
And I would
the
be
way
able to
things are,
That's fine.
because this one's actually
I'll
kind of like
take it.
right here. So
Yeah.
you're gonna kind of. She'll get sautéed a little bit, but
That's fine. I can
Is
take
Melissa-
It
it.
is
Their
it is
vision
60
from
feet.
us?
It is 60 feet, and I don't have to see
No,
it.
I'm
I could-
fuck.
oh, you could put it like behind him then. If you don't
Yeah,
have to see
okay.
if you don't have to see it, then yeah, you could get it to where it wouldn't bother her.
Okay, then I will do so.
You just kind of
Oh.
assume there's more cave, and your assumption is correct.
Yeet.
Oof, they both succeed their saves somehow.
Hmm.
For having -1 dexterity, that's pretty good.
Damn.
That
Things are
could be
bulky.
handy. effects are good. Bonus, I will Shillelagh, because I can bonus action cantrip if
Yes.
I action spell. Yeah,
Um,
bonus action Shillelagh.
Well, technically they say no,
Or-
but I don't give a fuck. That's fine.
Okay. It 9 times out of 10 it will be irrelevant.
Yeah,
but
you're
just-
welcome. You're welcome to do that. I don't care. Technically, I
Cool.
think the rule is that it has to be a bonus action spell, action cantrip. But why make Shillelagh a bonus action if not to let you do this, right? Like,
It's not.
that's right. I'm disobeying the rules. Fuck you.
Oh no.
It's my game,
rules now.
not yours, Jeremy Crawford. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Let druids cast Shillelagh, damn it. Alright. Celeste, I would like for you to make a constitutional saving throw if you would.
Great. Okay.
You are just fine.
Okay. Now, I would like to cast Bless.
Oh, would you?
Yes,
Yeah.
and also I'm gonna look at my 3 companions and look down at Rook, who's sitting crisscross applesauce with his eyes closed, and be like, right, and cast it on myself, Cinder, and Millicent.
He's like a 3-year-old playing hide and seek.
Yeah.
If I can't see you, you can't see me.
They'll never see this next hit coming.
Neither will you.
I gotta say, you got me there.
What? Where are you? All right. Anything else?
That's an action, so no, not really. So I'm just gonna do this real quick.
All right. You hold your spear out,
Okay.
and the glint of the moons as they kind of set for the day, off in their respective horizons, shines upon you and blesses you and 2 out of your 3 companions. Rook, you feel decidedly unblessed. It's your turn.
What are you saying over there? What did you just do?
Let's go to banana.
Alright, I just stand back up and just aim to where I aimed before. And
All right.
Alright. Millicent, just do your best to hear this arrow coming. I'll just...
Okay.
I shoot.
Do your best to hear this.
Yeah.
What if it misses?
Then I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are like firing through all 3 of them.
Alright, well. And this.
Into the stone right next to you, Millicent. Cinder and Celeste, you also feel this thing grazing you. And finally, a basilisk gets a turn. Oh, your bonus action.
I hide.
Yeah, you're
I'm hiding.
Go ahead.
Alright.
Let's see it. Let's see you. Let's see you roll that awesome stealth check. All right.
I'll just go over. I'll just crouch down and just fall it over in the sand.
Lizard your way down into the sand a little bit. Yeah.
Kick us some sand over you.
All right. This thing. Does it take flaming sphere at the start of its turn?
And
And well, he's gonna get the fuck out of
kind
there.
of lame.
Uh,
Yeah, I thought it would start.
I need you to move that circle so I can move my freaking basilisk. All right, he's gonna come out here. He's gonna chew on Millicent a little bit
Yeah.
with advantage because she's closing her eyes and also because she attacked recklessly.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
Holy heck.
matter because my life is
Yes.
a nightmare.
Oh crap. The other one goes.
This guy will also come out and try to bite you. Ah, yes, let's go.
Oh crit! Oh no! What the?
Okay, that did not. Hang on, let's do some math here.
Oh my god! Wait.
You should
No,
add
okay.
7. Add 7 more damage to that,
Okay. So that'd be
which would be 3.
Mills.
33.
Would be 3.
Oh. 30.
You should be at 31.
No. That's what I thought. 31.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I had my temp HP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just kind of bites into you. And then they're both. They would have both. So if you wanted to make an attack of opportunity, you can.
I would like to try.
On the first one, the first one was going to walk away as well, so you can hit that one.
Okay. This one will be a disadvantage, I think, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is for number 1?
Number
or
2.
number 2? Number 2, okay.
Forgot to have it do it before.
Just so I can target the right thing. Disadvantage.
It'll take a wild swing behind you.
Oh, jeez, yeah, no.
Belune guides your axe, but not quite
Very
well enough.
wild.
And this one is also going to move over here.
Okay,
To kind of
I'll
just
try.
get everybody in the range of its gaze.
Alright.
Yes, I
well,
didn't explicitly say I was looking away, so if they're wandering over here, I probably have to make a con save.
You will at the start of your turn, yeah. As
To
with
start
Celeste.
off, not when they
Can I
get
do
close.
my
Start of.
attack of opportunity for number 1 as well?
You
Then?
get one.
You get one
no, I
reaction
get one.
around.
It's reaction, duh. Okay.
But it is now your turn,
Would
and Cinder, you're on
yeah.
deck.
Would I've heard them go past me?
Yeah, you have a general idea that they're kind of somewhere over there. They're not particularly dexterous creatures, so use some of those Fremen sand vibration techniques. And
It's
I
kinda
mean,
like-
we're also eyes are still open. I could just yell. Just
yeah, you just be like,
10
look,
feet
it's
right-
over there, Millicent.
10 feet right behind you.
Okay, hit number 2.
All right. I assume reckless.
Yes. With
'Cause
these,
what-
yes.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Okay. Fuck
Oh.
you, crit!
Oh my god.
Yes!
These things have about half as much HP as I would think they should.
Okay, wait, divine
This should
fury.
be 3
And also
more.
probably more. Yeah.
Yep, so that's it total. I don't have extra damage.
Ah! I accidentally gave it way too much damage. Hang on.
Yeah. And I was like, numbers? Wait.
All right. Yeah, you see Millicent just you're like, warmer, warmer, warmer. Okay, stop. You're right on it. Okay, yep, nope. Rotate 45 degrees counterclockwise. And then she just kind of like, right. Hits my mic. It's all good. Slams down right in the middle of its back. It lets out this. And Cinder,
Got
you're
it.
up. Celeste, you're on deck. Cinder, please make a con save. You're fine. I guess you make another one because there's 2 basilisks.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
You're fine.
Alright. Bonus action, move the sphere. It can move 30.
Okay.
So I guess
Slam it
couldn't
into
get out to
someone.
this guy. Probably couldn't because it was in the cave.
Fine. Yeah, you could just make it to number 2.
Alright, I'll get over there and whack him with it. So it would be like over here.
Yeah, it'll be like right there.
Can I get it like on him so that it won't hit Millicent?
Yeah, you
Because it can go up
just,
and over
Yeah,
stuff?
you can just kind of like, yoop. You feel warm all over Millicent, but you don't get
Mm.
you don't get fired.
Burn. Cool.
Good, finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, so technically what it says is a creature that isn't surprised can avert its eyes to avoid the saving throw at the start of its turn, but if you do so, you can't see the basilisk until the start of your next turn. So if you want to be able to see it to move the sphere, you're going to be able to still... You have to make the save again next turn.
Yeah. Cinder's just gonna keep looking at them.
Yeah,
He doesn't think they're gonna live.
You reckon you'll be fine. That's a pretty safe assumption.
And he will firebolt the one that looks worse. With action. Yo. 2 damage. That's really bad.
Yeah, it's not great.
Hate that. All right.
Yeah. Celeste,
Not adding modifier is.
Yeah.
2 con saves, please.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh no.
Celeste, you're feeling a little stiff.
I know.
You are restrained.
Okay.
That would be a good time to
Restrained.
choose to
Sorry, I get
avert
confused
your
between the different. Is that one like the no action, only bonus action, or is that no movement?
Let me look it up again. Who the hell remembers?
There's like 3 of them.
That one is
Speed
just normal
0.
movement.
Attack rolls against you have advantage. Your attacks have disadvantage. You have disadvantage on dex saves.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I
In that
think
case, I'll go ahead and, since I already had to do that, I'll do Toll the Dead on the one that looks worse. Okay. Great.
Please, 11.
oh, good bing bong.
Bing bong.
And then I will look away.
Okay, and you'll technically do that at the start of your next turn, but yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
But before you make
okay.
the saves.
Yeah, understood.
All right. Rook. You are.
I'm doing.
You be averting.
Is everyone doing good? Does everyone good here?
No,
Okay.
enough.
When they're wandering around.
Ah, good.
I
See, Celeste is
may
just
have
kind of
not-
like.
I don't know what's
see
really
that. That's
going
why I'm
on.
asking.
I just know I got
Not
bit
great.
and it hit something.
Alright, well, I'll just stand up and shoot at the one that I hear a battle next to, I guess, which is number 2. Was I hidden from that one?
You're hidden from both of them. They can't see for
Okay.
shit.
Great. I shoot.
You got a passive perception of 9.
Damn it. I missed. Alright.
Just kind of lands in the sand.
Alright, well, just listen to this, Celeste, this is for you. And I just pull out my flute and I just do a quick little trail, and I just like duck down again. Inspired.
All right. Very good.
It's a D6.
Hey, that's better than nothing.
It sure is.
This guy, he's gonna do a munch.
Yeah.
You can make an attack of opportunity if you'd like. You can sense him kind of scuttling away from you as he
I sure
sort
would
of
like to try.
dislodges your axe from his back.
Yeah, okay, hold up. I gotta disadvantage this real quick. There we go. Down. Yeah. No!
Ah, a tragedy in 2 parts. It gets away from you.
Okay.
He shouldn't have had. Oh, he has advantage because you're restrained. And he still fucking misses. Incredible.
Good.
I love it.
4 and a 1. Freaking just amazing, dude.
Right.
No,
Ah,
that's good for us.
Millicent, Cinder, you're on deck.
Okay. I feel like take a step forward. It's like
Yeah, you kind of feel your way up to it.
I was like, doesn't sound like far. And reckless. Quite
Oh no.
You hit the sand. I believe that drops your rage.
Ooh.
I believe that dropped Lindsay from the call as well. So we'll move on. Cinder, you're up. Celeste, you're on deck.
Exciting.
So astonished at that turn of events that.
That's just.
Yeah.
She's just
When you
stuck.
get your
She's in
attack
shock.
roll.
She got petrified. You back?
I,
okay.
Yeah, you're no longer raging.
Internet. Oh crap. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I will whack the sphere into Oh, I will make saves. And then...
Yeah, make some con saves for me. Thank you.
Hold on.
I forgot to put my rage
That's
thing.
not
Though.
affecting me, by the way.
No, you're using Constitution checks, by the way.
That's
That,
why.
I don't. That might matter. Yeah. Go ahead and roll another
That
one.
will-
Oh.
That bothered bad. Didn't like the direction that was rolling.
Your second one.
Exciting.
You're fine.
Wow.
Okay.
Wood is resistant to being stone.
Apparently so.
It's true.
Bash the sphere into the worst one. Keeping it away from my friends. Burn.
Yep. That
Thank
just kind
you.
of. You just kind of melt this spherical shape into its center of its body.
God.
Keep it away from the head. Then firebolt the other one. Roll higher than a 2.
That's higher than 2.
Technically, yes. Thank you. I like the little spirit. Not right now.
Alright.
You can avert your gaze if you'd like.
You know what, I would, because I'm gonna have a disadvantage on attack anyhow, so... I'll do that, avert my gaze, and then just... It's right in front of me, so I'll just attempt to slap it with my spear.
You can still bing bong at close range, can't you?
Yeah, but I was concerned with the whole,
You might
like,
have to see it, though.
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Usually with
That's fine.
cantrips, you do.
Yeah, even Fire or Sacred Flames also see within range, so... So I'll go ahead and just smack it, or at least attempt to.
You hit.
Hey.
Very nice. That will do it. Yeah.
All right. Please make a con save for me. All right. You shrug it off. You're no longer restrained.
Okay.
Rook.
I will bonus action hide first. Yes. And then I will shoot. Damn it.
Land somewhere in the sand.
That's it.
Okay. The basilisk. He's gonna take a chomp at Millicent.
Yeah.
Maybe hit her.
I realized I didn't have my raged stuff on. and
Oh,
I
that
was
should have
like,
been
I
with
should have been-
advantage.
No, I didn't hit last round. Oh no, I did hit. Wait. Got the land.
You're averting
I
your
used it, though.
your eyes, so
Oh, that's true.
he hits.
Ooh.
Oh no.
If you didn't have your having the damage up, you can adjust that if you need to.
Okay. Yeah, because I realized I didn't have my rage stuff, so. Because it wasn't. Is it magic? Was the bite magic or anything?
No.
Okay.
Some of it is poison though.
Okay.
Just go ahead.
So I'll
and,
take the. Because I would
just
take
go ahead
full poison.
and just go ahead and take 12 off,
Okay. Yeah.
and we'll call that good.
Sounds good. In the first attack, yeah. Okay. Alright,
And you're up. Cinder's on deck.
cool. I can still sense it in front of me.
Yeah. It
Okay.
just bit you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna rage again. I feel like we could do it.
One this time. And I roll bad.
It's not your turn yet, but
Oh, sorry.
we'll use it.
When you mentioned Cinder,
Yeah.
I thought it was...
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Was reckless when you rage? Let me look.
Yeah, I do not know.
Maybe look.
Let's see. Abilities,
so.
reckless attack.
I thought it was just whenever.
Yeah, just
I think
whenever.
it's just whenever. Yeah, when it's my first attack. Okay, yeah, then I will still reckless then.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. There you go. Oh man. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
You hit.
I did it. Just this damage though. Oof, not great.
You take a chunk out of it. Chunk out of it, rather, not a chomp. You don't bite it. You just hit it.
That's my turn. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
All right, Cinder, you already made your con save, and you are restrained.
Ew.
You see him start to seize up a little bit there. Well, I guess nobody sees that, but
I know.
they're all sitting here now with their eyes closed.
Oh, damn it.
What's wrong? Are you dying?
I feel stiff.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Yes, you put restraint on me, so I could do this advantage, and I will. Eh.
Hey.
Yeah.
Disadvantage
Kill
be
it.
damned. Take some ouch.
A little
That
bit,
is
yeah.
Some ouch.
All right, Celeste, you're up.
You can do it.
Alright. Critical. Alright. I'll go ahead and keep my eyes closed and try to smack it again.
Okay.
Prompt disadvantage. Here we go. Great.
Nice. Do it. Kill it.
This thing is
Would you
taking
like
a
a cue?
shellacking, but it's holding on.
Oh no,
Uh,
it's its turn.
I've hit it twice, but I don't think it's dead yet. Can someone please?
You got it!
Come on, Rook. Come on, Rook.
I believe you
Oh,
technically cannot get sneak attack if you have disadvantage at all,
That is correct.
which is a bummer.
Yeah.
But
Alright, I'll step forward some. And I'll play a little tune for Cinder. That's for you, buddy! Oh, you're not. You're a little closer, I guess. I'll just.
yeah, you
shoot.
see, you hear a rook get really close to you and play his flute,
Yeah.
right in your ear, and he's like, "That's for you."
Thank you.
This is you, right?
Yeah, you feel like a
Yes.
tree. You hit him.
Yes, the thing you're talking to, not the thing you're shooting.
It's
Oh, no.
Cinder. You can see it's looking real bad.
I'll just continue walking forward
Kind
until I
of bump
hit
into
Celeste.
you. Bump into Celeste.
Oh, that's just you. Sorry.
What are you doing?
Oh,
him bite.
Yeah.
I just imagine you.
So we
just
should have
be
had
like,
advantage again.
Yeah, you should have.
Hit.
Oh no! Oh,
He
my
be
God.
munchin'.
Oh my god. I'm gonna attack back. Reckless. It's my only shot anyway. Oh my god, yay. Please, is this enough?
Yes, it is. You just decapitate it.
Can we open our eyes now?
Then there,
Yes, is dead.
you make the save at the end of your turn here.
I'm inspired.
You are
Yes.
inspired.
D6.
D6.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The DC was in fact 12.
Oh my god.
So you just you hear that flute ringing in your not ears, and you just and you break free of it just barely.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Yeah, multi-classing, baby.
Oh,
Thank God.
that was a little too close for comfort.
I sure was.
And there are some dead
Everyone has that.
basilisks.
Let's go ahead. Are we done here? What's happening?
I think so. I'm like trying to
good.
like just kind of hack at it. Like I think so. I don't think it's moving.
Well, let's.
Oh, well, I don't see any glowing.
Well, its eyes are
eyes.
still
Or do
open.
Yeah, do we need to be concerned about it? Like, I'm assuming that the magical
I-
ability comes up when it's alive.
I don't know. I've never harvested its eyes before. Right?
Just like make my way towards its eyes and like keep my eyes closed, but like scoop it or like
Scoop it with what?
I don't know.
You just pull out your
Yes,
melon baller. And
I was kind of meaning to ask this before. What are we using to scoop?
as you ask, Millicent just kind of picks up the head that she chopped off and just
Oh my! Oh, that's just.
Anyone got a
My eyes are
bag?
go ahead and make a survival check for me, Millicent.
Okay. Okay.
Well, we just need 3 of them.
You get an eye. It's like baseball sized. You just kind of.
Oh,
All right.
excellent job.
Where's the next one?
I don't know what to really do with that. I don't really.
I have an empty backpack, I guess.
Ah, there we go.
I do
We
not
can
plan
buy you
on
a.
taking-
We can buy you a new one. It's
Yeah, we
fine.
can buy a new one at Tanagra.
I don't really care about that. I just don't want to carry around a squishy backpack.
Oh, well, I'm sure someone else can carry it.
I carry it.
Okay, good talk.
Yeah.
Alright, that's 1. We need 3 more.
All right.
Um,
Make my way to.
Okay, I'm gonna give her guidance.
Yeah, she can over the course of a few minutes just kind of methodically go through and
Make the worst sounds in existence.
yeah,
Interesting.
It's really gross.
technique. Yes.
yeah. She just gets all in there with her fingers and everything. She's just
Okay.
You know, I had a tool that it could have helped, but I think it was better just to let her do that because
Yes.
I would not want it back.
Prestidigitate her hands after.
yeah. She's just covered
Yeah,
in like
like-
green basilisk blood thereafter.
That is disgusting. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. We got.
Valuable in some way? Do you want to? Are there more than 3 here that you could perhaps sell to scary fat dragon men?
I mean, there's 4. There's 4 eyeballs.
You can keep one to sell.
Maybe
to
he
someone
wants-
else.
Yeah.
Ask
perhaps.
for a bonus.
Or I keep the other one.
Yeah. Keep the last one.
And
For what?
Or perhaps I can make some sort of like anti-petrification potion or something down the road. Using that. I can experiment with it. It's fine. Don't question it.
Oh, I am. But you know what? I'm not going to question this. I'm not going. I'm not going to think about it. You take your
Celeste and Cinder, you
Okay.
guys hear faintly inside that cave entrance.
eye.
push
Yes?
the ball back in front of it.
Okay,
Oh, what's happening?
there seem to be more of them in
Um,
that cave.
I'm scared.
There are
Should be.
more than 2 basilisks.
Oh.
I don't know if I can fight 2 more basilisks.
Yeah, let's not wait for more. Shall we,
Kind of hurt.
By all
Alright,
means.
yes, let's go.
You fuck off.
Yes.
Yay.
Successfully.
Wow.
On the way out, could we have Millicent smash the heads of the statues?
Can I?
No more baby basilisks.
The babies have already exited the heads.
Oh,
Oh.
that's why there's the big hole. I see.
Yes.
Okay, then maybe. Okay.
Never mind.
Kind of good.
Irrelevant.
I mean, you could do it anyway.
No. If I realize that, I'm not.
They're not
bad.
going to get unpetrified. So,
No. I feel like it's kind of rude.
yeah.
That's a word.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not going to think about it at all. That's what I'm going to do and walk away.
That sounds good.
That's what I do best.
All right. You guys can make your way back to the road. There's a little bit more signs of life over here. So, some people have made camp not too distantly.
Perhaps we should join them for the night.
I
Based on who they are, I guess.
You can see it
Yeah,
seems to
yeah.
be like a small caravan of soldiers transporting stuff.
Yes, I think we should cap around them somewhere.
Yeah, like near them.
Yes.
Maybe, I mean, we can just introduce, say, like, hey, we're nice, we'll just be there.
Yeah, there's some
They-
basilisks down the way.
Yeah,
Actually, we should probably actually tell them that.
yeah.
seems like a wise idea.
All right, then let's do that.
You can do so. It seems like
Yeah.
they were aware of them being nearby, but they are happy to know that their exact location.
whereabouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can
Set up camp.
rest
Yeah.
nearby
Yeah.
just fine, and you can get a short rest.
Yeah.
They seem to be taking watches of their own, so you don't necessarily have to unless you'd like to. You also have Cinder.
I will not.
Do you require healing help?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, I could just go ahead and do my
Oh, you should do that
divinity.
first. Yes.
Yeah.
Gets you up to half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Which on
currently, I
her
mean,
is not a small amount.
I mean, I
Yeah.
guess it'd all go towards Millicent because she's the only one hurt.
yeah.
I have like 8 hit points left if you want reference.
Let's see. 5 times my cleric level, so currently do 20. So
Which would be exactly as much as she could take.
Oh,
oh, there we go. Here, I'll just go ahead and put that on you then.
Oh, thank you.
See her just kind of
wow.
come over and say a little prayer over your various bite marks.
Chewed up.
All right, there we go. How are you feeling?
Better. Thank you.
Yeah, well, just let's hope we don't have to deal with that again. That was duly unpleasant for everyone involved.
It's all right. I don't know how much actual help I was in there. I played a little bit of
I
music
couldn't
and shot
tell.
some arrows blindly.
That first shot was.
I mean,
Oh yes, well,
yeah.
my expertise is attacking things from the shadows, but after that,
Well, it's very helpful
It was-
because I think I would have died.
oh well,
So thank
good.
you.
No problem.
Also, I don't think there's much we could have done about that, so I'm just
Yeah.
gonna call this a win and
Oh yeah,
dread the fact that we have to go talk to the weird dragon man again.
Yeah.
but you guys don't have to if you want. I can just take him the bag.
I'll still come with.
Okay.
Do you require
What?
more healing help, or is that?
Why do you look
enough?
at me so, Celeste?
I mean, if you have some,
With
I'll
those
take
judging eyes.
whatever.
That's just how I look.
Oh, well, fair enough. Take it back.
Uh,
If not, I can roll for the rest. It's,
Mills, you can have one of my potions if you want.
I'll use one of the uses of my healer's kit that I haven't had a chance to.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
like, I have a potion, but I feel like I want to save that.
I have
1d6 plus
a few
4
potions.
plus HP equal to your total hit die. So 1d6 plus 8.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I think we should
That should be.
do one of those. Not bad.
Oh.
Well-
Maybe- Oh, thank you.
Pretty good.
That's really nice.
Pulls out his little first aid kit and kind of spends a little bit of time.
Okay.
It hurts a little bit, but he kind of stitches together some of these wounds left from the bite marks, some of the larger
Thank you.
holes.
Okay. Now we're in a better spot.
You also can see the there's a little bit of like necrotized flesh around some of the bite marks as well. Like there was some poison.
Just kind of do my best to clean that out, but I
Yep.
imagine I don't have as much experience with that as just patching the wounds.
Yeah, you do your best, but seems to help for the most part.
He probably has some experience with shark bites, which are probably relatively similar.
Yeah, smaller, but
Yeah.
and you guys get your short rest and kind of
Cool.
rouse yourselves with that other camp next morning, pretty early. But
I'm gonna do one more.
you got
hair
what you
dye.
came for. You have a backpack full of eyes.
Yes. Okay.
Success!
Wow. That was a really good roll.
Yeah, it was. You're pretty much back to fine.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, that was a nice rest. I feel a lot better.
You look much better, yes. Very healthy.
Alright. Back to Tanagra.
Utanagra.
Ooh, Tanagra. And you walk. Another about a day or so. You get there late afternoon, early evening. The journey is uneventful.
Mhm.
Kind of hike alongside this little caravan that's making their way there as well. See that same shopkeeper kind of on the edge of town there.
Oh, hello!
You're back.
Mission accomplished.
Alright, you got them eyeballs.
Yes. You still have the hat?
Still got the hat.
May I see?
Pulls out
Alright, great.
the trilby.
Bag of eyes, but hold on. You have something to put these in.
He just pulls out a big jar.
Great.
Seems to have like a little brine in it.
Just put 3 of them in there.
Very good, thank you.
And I will keep the other one.
If you're gonna hold on to that, I recommend you pickle it.
What?
Pickle it. Otherwise, it's gonna end up like a bit of goo.
Do you have some stuff for that?
Yeah, sure. I'll throw it in with the hat.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Just gets out like a smaller jar. Pours some things into it and gives it to you.
Put it in there. Oh, Celeste, here's your backpack back.
I don't learn it.
No, that's fine. Just pressed it.
Can you smell
it?
You get
It's all good
some
now.
of the stain out. It's definitely got the stain of eyes still.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Eye bags, am I right?
Oh,
Actually, can I buy like a few more of those jars?
Sure. Yeah. I'll throw 2 more in if you like. With the pickle.
I would love that.
With the hat, because y'all were so fishing about it. Just kind of hands
Thank
over
you.
all this stuff. Very nice.
Just take the hat and just hold it out towards Cinder. That's for you. A lovely hat.
And you also get that disguise kit
Puts
that
it in the bag.
Oh yes, that's good.
I think you can give yourself.
Yeah.
Right, what was there? Anything else that you guys wanted
I don't think so.
very nice.
I think that's about it.
But then I'm gonna be off.
Excellent.
He just kind of starts putting stuff kind of like closes all these different shelves and compartments on his little table setup that he has, and then starts this very elaborate process of like, collapsing everything until he's like 15 minutes later, he's basically collapsed his whole storefront into like a large box that he then just kind of like hefts onto his back.
Well, perhaps we'll see you one other day.
Yeah, maybe we will. What was your name again?
Lucas.
Ah, good to meet you. I'm Valiant Erimnus.
Of course.
Batley walks away.
Mission accomplished. Got the hat. I got some pickling jars. I call this a win.
I
And a disguise kit. And a disguise kit.
sure.
Well,
Well, shall we find the captain and
yeah. I think
fly
it's alright
off?
to- Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Right.
Alright. Oh, Captain, my captain. Let's go look.
Captain.
You see, it's not too difficult to find her. She's just kind of carousing at the sort of open air tavern that you guys checked out the first night you were here. She seems to be making some friends in town. There's this group of dwarf triplets that she's drinking with and playing some sort of complicated game that it looks like nobody really understands the rules for. With like cards and tokens and chips and stuff. Oh, hey!
Hello, Captain.
Hello!
We are ready to set off.
Not right now?
Or whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Let me get some coffee in me and I'll be good to go.
Tomorrow?
It's a short trip. It'll be fine.
Mm,
How short?
Probably 3-4 hours. You want to go to Rocinante, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 3-4 hours. Get there on like 7 round sundown. Maybe a little later, depending on the wind. Assuming we don't get, attacked by anyone, but usually they don't inside their own area.
Don't think the Fool's Banquet will be there.
I
In the
really hope
skies.
not.
I mean,
Guys
were
are
they really a problem for us
Dumb as
anyhow?
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Didn't we already threaten them? I feel fine.
Oh, we most definitely did.
There's kind of an unspoken rule that they don't attack each other because, otherwise everything would be nutty. So as long as we're in the islands, we should pretty much be okay unless we find some real assholes.
Alright, well, let's say 2 hours from now?
Sure, yeah.
Alright, great.
That-
Get,
how
get some coffee.
Inebriated? Yeah, how inebriated did she look?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
Cinder said tomorrow.
Generally, Jensung is pretty high on life already. She's maybe had a couple of beers, but she's probably will be fine in a couple of hours, you imagine. To the usual standards that you would expect from her.
Yeah, do I need to use a spell on a lesser resto right now for?
The bar with her is not all that high.
No,
Should
and
be
it's
getting
not
lit.
like driving because it's pretty much just like if you can put it in the sky, you're not gonna hit anything. So you
2
guys,
hours from now is fine, I think.
you guys can hang out for a little bit if you'd like, or go and do whatever it is you would like to do for the next 2 hours here.
Walk around and find meat.
You
I'm
can
just
you
gonna
can
walk.
find the same grizzled gnome.
Oh,
Hey, you're back. That's your nice meat.
I'm just gonna go for the beef again.
delicious. Tastes like chicken, but like sweeter.
It's like, nah.
All right,
Oh,
take your fucking
regular
beef.
chicken. Thank you. How much?
You can spend however much you like on
Oh, just-
on meat
2 gold.
acquisition.
Yeah. We're gonna take a trip. Gotta get some food.
Okay.
All right, beef. Let's go.
Get some like short ribs.
Yeah, yeah. Just like start eating. Like, you guys want any?
Oh, why not?
I'm quite alright.
Okay, so
It's fine. Little charred.
decent. That's it.
If there's nothing anybody else would like to do, the 2 hours pass, and Jinsung just kind of strolls over to where you guys are outside and says, all right, let's go. He kind of tosses this cat at you, Cinder. You hold on to Charles.
I still don't understand the thing with cats.
Important. Important. All right. You guys strap yourselves in on this helipad that she's rented out for the occasion, and goes through the process. You guys have seen now kind of, basically it seems to be a modified continual flame spell that's being used to kind of keep it hot and up, and it rises a little bit more quickly as the sun is kind of starting to go down. It's late into the evening at this point, and the air is cooler, and that certainly seems to help things. And you rise and kind of lurch into the sky again, something that you're not quite used to yet, but she seems to have a handle on things, and takes you to the northwest. You guys get a pretty good view of a lot of the islands as you kind of pass. She kind of passes just a little bit above the lattice to give you guys kind of a very straight on view of most of these islands that you're passing. You pass by the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th primarily. You can see the distant cities of Eastgate and Westport as you kind of sail between them. You can see the 4th island, which seems pretty much it's very odd because most of the other continents, all of the other continents and islands that you know of are suspended on lines of the lattice itself. But a couple of these just seem to be floating on their own. So you're not sure if that's some kind of residual magic of between the grid lines or what exactly the deal is. And you imagine people tend to avoid those for the most part because they don't really know why they're floating. But nonetheless, you make your way past the Fifth Isle Winery, which you can see pretty clearly from the distance that you're passing. As the hours go by here and the sun goes down and night falls and the dark sky above. It's pretty late into the evening by the time you guys reach the 12th island where Rocinante sits. And you can see that the sort of southeastern part of the island here is pretty much all just sand dunes and beach, what would pass for beach. With sand kind of streaming off over the edge every so often. But as you kind of head up to the northwestern part of the island there's this long sort of ring-shaped or sort of crescent-shaped jungle. And at the center of that open part of that jungle, there is a large settlement, it looks like, that Densung flies you guys to. The flight is uneventful otherwise. You do see a number of other hoppers traversing between the islands above, below, but nobody gives you any trouble. You can see this is a pretty sizable camp in this clearing here, and almost like a small village here, maybe a few thousand people in total that you can see kind of moving around. It's pretty late when you arrive, but the first thing that you notice as she kind of roughly sets the hopper down off to the edge where there seems to be sort of a designated spot for it, there's a number of other hoppers that seem to be landed here as well. And you notice that all of the buildings here are made entirely from like wood and straw and palm. Like there's no stone or earthwork. And you guys kind of step off gingerly, and you kind of set the cat inside the hopper as you make your way out, and she kind of goes about the process of tying it down and doing the usual. All right, I'm gonna stay by the hopper just because
I was going to ask.
I don't know about this place, but I haven't been here before. But you know, I think it's fine. I think it's safe. You guys want to pay me now, or
If we do, will you leave?
no? I mean, you guys are a good source of income, so
That's fair, yeah. How much was it here again?
I don't remember what I said, but I think it was. I'll call it 30 for here.
Yeah.
10.
I
Oh,
can do 10.
I'll go ahead and also just chip in 10.
Cinder, if you want to cover the next one a bit.
Thanks, and
Yeah.
and I can adjust as we continue our business together.
Of course, that'd be appreciated.
You guys, it's like, oh, it just kind of points over. You guys see this interesting looking figure that you guys probably haven't seen too many Firbolgs before, but you recognize from the statues and drawings that you've seen of them. Seems to be one of those.
Friend.
This is a very tall, like 7.5 feet, dark grayish skin, brown and gray hair, very long in a ponytail. Seems to be a female. She just kind of approaches you all. Well met, travelers.
Greetings.
Just kind of looks over you all. We have heard of your coming from the Eye.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
I am the
Hey,
Storm's
say
bounty.
check
I see you are the warmer of hearts, the darkness and shadow, the wanderer of ways, the fallen of heights. Cinder, you're a little taken aback. This is the kind of druidic style language that you have heard before. And you instantly know which of the four of you she is referring to with these titles. The rest of you are like, what the fuck is this woman talking about?
Yes, we were told of the Eye. We come seeking wisdom.
The river flows rapidly downstream. You may visit the northwest, a number of
Okay.
hours to walk. The Eye sees all.
Sure.
The Eye will see all.
Oh.
Okay.
The Eye has seen all?
Not yet.
Are there those who remember?
Some.
We shall go.
The Eye speaks of the bounty of the forest, and she kind of seems to be gesturing to Cinder. The Eye has some questions, perhaps, but answers as well. And answers for the... And she just kind of gestures to Rook. The rusted joints, and kind of gestures over to Millicent, and the unbroken stone.
Guy wants to talk to me.
To all of you. The tides at sunrise as well.
Are they the ones that do the future telling stuff?
The future and the past and present.
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Well then, great. I'd love to talk to them as well.
Can I insight check this one?
Go for it.
Thanks. Wonderful.
Very disarming way of speaking. It's as she refers to you and your companions in these sort of strange monikers, it puts you off a little bit, but it seems like there's a lot of knowledge around this place that you didn't expect.
Okay.
If you wish to go now, you can, or speak with the Watcher of Flocks. Kind of gestures over to this, what looks like kind of like a farm, like a shepherd homestead.
We could
Sorry, what
ask there to
happened?
rest. We could go now a few hours or ask to rest there.
Oh, to rest. Got it. Right.
The Shears and staff has a house with the provider of plenty.
Sure. Few hours walk, you said, to the eye?
Yes. The way is safe.
Okay. Kind of been up for a while now, I think, today. Would we be able to make it to Eye and back within that time? And
Yeah,
think
you
we
guys
would...
you guys were chilling out on the hopper for a while, so if you
Oh,
wanted
that's
to.
fair.
Go.
Let's go now. Why not?
One thing of note. She
Okay.
just kind of looks over at you, Rook. Knife in the back. The eye's knowledge is for all. Your conversation can be private, but the others you go with will be able to see.
Well, then how would it be private?
They will not hear.
Well, then I don't understand.
You will.
Okay. I don't know about that, but alright. Are you leading the way? Or are we just walking somewhere?
The feet carry, as the mind thinks.
I suspect I'll be able to figure it out.
Okay.
There is a road.
Ah, got it. Much more clear. Well, great. This has been a gas, but I think we should go see the eye now. Thank you.
Kind of nods and wanders off towards this human man who's kind of chattering to each other a little bit.
These people are weird.
Yeah, that was deeply unsettling.
Yeah. I'm just kind of getting confused with how she speaks. Not going to
I
lie.
was in my forest, so
Wait, what was that?
that's how my homeland is. That's what it sounds.
I thought people talk?
Yes.
Oh my. Must be a very confusing place.
Druidic.
To the foolish.
Alright. Little offense taken to that. Let's go. Lead the way.
Yeah. Just gonna ignore that for now.
So what you got from that, Cinder, basically, the eye lives in basically a building that is not especially, basically a hut, and people can see into it just fine, but they ask that you not listen in on conversations that others would wish to be private. But they will speak with you one at a time if you desire, or in groups, or whatever. And some of the knowledge that you get will be of the future, some of the present, some of the past, and it's generally difficult to tell what's what. And you walk. On this kind of winding path through the thinned out jungle here. You pass some other folks, some who seem to clearly be visitors like you guys, because there are some who just seem to be like normal people, having similarly difficult conversations, it seems like. But before long, you guys, your walk is very leisurely. It's kind of this peaceful little path lined every so often by basically tiki torches. It's about midnight by the time you arrive, but you don't feel as tired as you would expect to. And you kind of just eventually, before you even realize it, come upon this very nondescript hut. There are windows on either side of it. It's maybe like 10 feet diameter.
What does it say? It.
Yeah,
Believe
So.
so.
Where the leader of all the seers are. People who can tell the past, present, future. They live in a little hut.
I think whatever we find in there will not be what we are expecting.
I'm willing to agree.
yeah, my expectations are low and I'm already very confused.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alright, let's go be confused, I guess.
All go in together, figure out what.
Yeah. I think maybe usually the way that you speak
Yeah.
their language, so
Yeah.
He will go ahead.
You guys kind of all just sort of surreptitiously kind of pile your way into this hut. There seems to just be like a little person sitting in a rocking chair. It seems like they're smoking a pipe. You get a look at it. It takes you a second, and then you realize that this person sitting here looks just like Ben Tarstack. Got the little walking stick next to his chair there, smoking a pipe. Got the glasses and the messy hair. Oh, hey, what's up?
Ben?
Well, I mean, obviously not, but that's kind of how I do things. I just sort of take on the persona of a person that you guys know.
Ah.
Which
Okay.
For all four of you, this is kind of a guy that you all know. It's one of the only people you all know. I thought you might be tired of Julia, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
And there's that weird Dragonborn guy, but
Oh no.
Barely
Thank
know.
you. Yeah, thank you for not using
Yeah.
that one.
yeah. How do you want to do this? You want to all go together? Do you want to go separately? Do you want to do in pairs? What's the...
I think
Well,
we should
how
do it
much-
separately.
Yeah, how much do we
Yeah.
get?
I mean, that depends, right? It depends on what I know and what I feel like you need
Well, I
to
mean,
know.
like, can we do a group and then also go separately?
Oh,
or-
sure. I'm feeling generous. You guys are my last visitors for the night. Why not?
Oh,
Oh,
well,
okay.
maybe as a group and also all separately.
Go nuts. There's only so much I can tell you. You know, there's patterns and things. The lattice has its way of doing stuff, so.
All right.
General question, maybe it's not allowed, but how does this work? Like, do you just gain your abilities from the lattice and those are...
I like to think I get them from there, or from nature, or from the gods, or from... I don't really question where they come from. I just that they do. Somebody needs to have this information. Seems like a lot of people are really keen on getting rid of it. So somebody's got to hold all of it in their brain, and that seems to be me. I do my best to disseminate it where it's needed. I believe that it's part of my task to decide who needs what information and how much of it and when they need it. But generally people come to me when it's best for them to. If that makes any
Okay.
sense.
Do we
Sure,
have...
for now.
Do we have a group question or something? Like maybe a where should we go? I don't know. Where should we go that would align best with all of our interests?
Or
Well, there isn't anywhere that aligns best with all of your interests. You guys all have very separate interests.
That's fair.
Is there anything we should attend to first?
There's lots of places that need your help. A lot of places that you might not be able to go to for too much longer.
Such as?
Well, God's Hold is one thing, right? Like, there's all of that travel nonsense going on. I got a feeling things are brewing there. Stuff's gonna get pretty bad pretty quick for some people that you know, but not a whole lot you can necessarily do about that per se. No, I think your next plan of attack is right on the money. On feels like a place you guys can do some good.
Are you talking about the Abbey of Sin?
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah.
Oh.
And
Alright.
what about Seltenbrock?
Oh yeah, that's a place you definitely could help some people. Sure.
What about the ladder?
Help there too, but it's not quite as... Maybe not yet. They're gonna need your help eventually, but the bad stuff that's gonna happen there, you can't really do much about.
So far, the ladder seems to have welcomed our help. Will Seltenbrock?
Depends on the flavor of help that you... Yes.
Also, is the bad that you're referring to hazarding a guess at a war, perhaps?
I don't know, you might be surprised.
Attack?
Yeah, I don't wanna... I can't spoil too much.
Does it interfere with the current visions that you have?
No, it's just... I don't like to tell people things that's gonna get them killed. And this feels like one of those things where if I revealed too much information about it, it could go very poorly for you guys and a lot of other people. One of those things that you probably don't want to get involved in until you know that you're supposed to. Right now, I don't think you are.
Okay.
What about the Crumbling Peaks?
I mean, yeah, that's cool. That's definitely something that you guys could look into. If you're, expeditious about it.
Oh.
Not like, super expeditious. There's some crazy shit over there, I'll tell you that. Might not be exactly what you're looking for, but it's going to be something that yeah. I wouldn't expect to find much in the way of answers there, but there's definitely a situation that you can alleviate that will definitely reflect well on you in the future.
Oh. Will there be answers for my friend Cinder here in Tychon?
In Tychon, yes. Definitely. There's a number of... You're trying to look for like a number of libraries or places of info, right?
Well, I am.
You both are, to a certain extent, right? Because you've got that book that you found. And you've got some of the info that your friends told you about before. Well, all right, yeah, I won't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be on the DL. But yeah, no, Tychon is there's kind of one on every continent or one in every nation, really. Tychon's definitely got something for you. Zeltenbrock doesn't necessarily, but it's got a lot of people who know stuff, right? The Ladder has got something. Shavirik has got something. If you are looking for those specific things, Tychon is going to probably be one of the easier ones to access. I know there's something in the Ladder. I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you about that or this other group. So I'll wait on that.
Can you tell us about the other group?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Fair.
If you come across them, you'll know. You haven't yet.
Okay.
Can I?
You almost did.
May I at least ask if they're friendly or hostile?
To whom?
Us.
Well, they haven't met you. Undecided.
Okay.
Oh.
In the eventuality that we go to Seltenbrock,
Oh yeah, you will.
should we go somewhere first?
Not Fairburg, for sure.
Yes.
You guys are going to find yourselves probably around the Three Brothers. Braddock is a good spot too. Zindan's pretty nice this time of year. I'd stay away from the bigger, Onric, your Drexler, your Fairburg. Maybe steer away from Forsberg and Astor, just because, you know, yeah, touchy subjects for you guys. But the rest, you know, there's definitely something to do in all those places for you guys, for sure. You just gotta learn to stick together and who not to piss off, right? You will piss some people, and one of you is probably gonna, well.
Okay.
All right. I think that's all the group questions I wanted. So.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any... I guess, is there anything that would be so off the wall that you think that it'd be good for us to know?
Oh,
And
I
you
like
think
that
it'd be...
question. Just something I think is fun, and you might be interested in. There's an orc who's being, like, fucked over by a succubus, Galbear.
Remind me where that is.
That's over in the west of Tycon. I don't know. Nobody knows about that now except for you guys, so.
Oh.
You're special. Now you know something. Also because you guys are the ones that fixed that, so. Got it.
Oh.
Well, you know what? I asked for off the wall, and that was indeed off the wall.
Yep.
I'm
Also,
sorry, where is that?
way to the
Tycon?
west over there in Tycon. Galbear.
Oh, Gabba Forest next to that. I see. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, one other thing, it's gonna blow your fucking mind, but it's gonna be like way in the future. Don't go to the Great Marsh or to Crow's Pass until you are ready to have your minds totally shattered. Okay. You will go there. It will blow your minds, but you know, sit on it.
I see.
Sit on it though for a little bit. Let it stew.
What about the Dawn Crypts?
Dawn Crypts? I'm gonna be honest. I mean, there's some. Yeah.
That doesn't sound very. Okay.
There's stuff. You guys, you know, get bored.
Fair enough.
I don't know if you do go there or not.
And
Gives me an impression that there is not a Leviathan type information or
No,
thing
not there.
there.
Not there. No.
All right. Check
Also,
that off the list.
the Great Marsh, and where else?
It's the place right
Crow's
next to
Pass,
it, Crow's
right,
Pass.
Thank you. What's the name of this place? Fuck.
All right.
Is that related to Leviathan?
Tangentially. Everything comes back to that stuff.
Great.
The more
And
time
how
you
do you-
spend in Tycon, the more you're going to find yourself wrapped up in some stuff that's eventually going to lead you to probably going to one of those two places.
And how do you feel about God's Mount Abyss?
How do I feel about it? I don't feel much about anything. It certainly
Okay.
is a place.
I guess the better question is a
Place that
where
we
the
should check
intro-
out.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
That we
exactly.
should check out soon or later.
It's not going to
or-
directly help you on your journey, but there's always information at the monasteries. The Azamar always have information about random stuff. Wouldn't hurt, but not high priority, probably.
Not
Okay.
high priority. Got it. Well, that's all I got for the group stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine you guys have like some solo dolo stuff.
Yes.
Probably.
Who would like to start?
I need to go think of some questions real quick, so I don't think I'm gonna. I don't want to go first.
You can.
What, me?
I can go if
Yeah.
you don't have. Yeah.
I can't because I have to pee.
Okay.
You guys all want to go out, you know, pee in the trees a little bit and then
Yeah.
come back. All right.
That sounds good. Then,
Sounds
if that's the case, then yes, I will come back and go first. Yes.
All right. Well, then I'll get ready for you, big boy. And you guys all blink, and you immediately
Okay.
see this person sitting on the rocking chair just turns into. This looks like Brooke. It's like slightly different styled hair, different outfit, very like industrial kind of, buttons all the way down the side. And you see on the table next to him is just a chessboard. All right, get ready. Real questions.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
And we'll take a break here.
It's gonna be a long pee.
I don't want to pee in the forest.
Yeah, same.
Well, you can just wait. Well,
Do you have an outhouse, perhaps?
No.
All right.
Oh,
Just go piss in the woods. It's all fine.
Okay.
All right. We'll be back in 10:15.
Yeah.
And we're back. All right, everybody but Robin, go ahead and deafen yourselves
Okay.
for Robin to have
Goodbye, everyone.
special talk.
Goodbye.
So you sit down across the table here from a figure that you recognize very, very well.
just gonna start this off that I don't appreciate this.
I'm just going with a person that you're familiar with, and I think you're quite familiar.
Yeah.
Look,
You
it's,
know, I was
I
ready
take-
to just kind of say that this was all a little bit of bullshit divination stuff, but I guess either you're very well informed about me or it's real, so...
I'm pretty sure it's real. I can't say with 100% certainty, but I do get a sort of... Whenever I see a person and meet a person, I get a lot of things from them, a lot of feelings, a lot of inclinations, intonations. And I knew the person that you most wanted to see. And now I'm not that person, but I can create a pretty solid facsimile of them, I think.
What you knew about me coming here beforehand?
I
So
saw
said
you.
your friend.
I saw you coming, yes. It's not clear to me precisely how it works. I just know that there are things I'm supposed to share, so I do.
Do
The
you
best I
have
can do.
anything to share that you think I might want to know? Or should I ask my questions first?
Well, I will tell you. Obviously, I know you're looking for him. And you're going to find him. But you're not going to find him where you expect to. And it's going to take you quite a long time. He is very, very far away. But he's not dead. He's just very, very far away.
Why are we talking?
I can't see him.
Which means
Which
what?
means he... As far as I can tell, and I have looked into this one. As far as I can tell, he's not in Sandrana.
Not on his world? Like a different plane?
A different plane, a different planet, a different time, I don't know. But he's just gone.
Time? Can that happen?
I don't know. I don't know what the surge was.
Oh my god.
That's the only thing that has been completely blocked from my mind, which tells me it has something to do with that. I really wish I could tell you more. But I hope it at least provides a little bit of peace. He is live. Would know if he wasn't.
It does then. Alright. Alright. So does this mean... Alright. Future question, if you know this. Do my intentions succeed?
In a sense. Perhaps not in... You're going to change your mind about something. So, your intentions will succeed, but only when you shift them a little bit. You're right about... It's complicated. The people that you want to go after, most of them, you know, they deserve it, right?
Yes.
Almost all of them, really. But
Yes.
everybody has a reason for acting the way that they do and doing the things, committing the acts that they do. Not all of them are good reasons. Some of them are. And you're going to learn about some of them. And they're going to shift your view a little bit.
What if I kill him anyways?
Maybe you will. Some of them you will. I would worry more about the effect that the path is having on you and those around you than about it being successful. You can be about as successful with this group and with your knack for conversation, right? You don't need to worry about being able to accomplish what you want. What you need to worry about is making sure that you do want to do the things that you think you want to do, right?
I don't see how that aspect could ever change.
I know you don't. And I'm excited for you to find out.
I don't know about that.
Well, I do. There are things at play in the world and in history that are far beyond anything that you have thought of. And you're not going to believe them until you see.
And some people will remain to be evil and vile people that I want to kill.
Oh, yes. But not all of them.
Alright. Is there somewhere that I should start on that?
I think you're really on the right track, honestly. It obviously you know you need to go back to Zeldenbrock at some point.
Yes.
And that's
It's
what,
feeling like sooner rather than later.
I mean,
Well, to a degree.
it's where everything happens, for the most part, right?
Yes.
Not everything in your story, but it's where a lot of things happen in the world.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, especially as I am inhabiting this form, I bear no love for the Black Myers. But it's so complicated. I don't think a lot of it you're going to have to figure out on your own, unfortunately. But I can tell you. Let me think about the best way to put this down. When the surge happened, it was a cataclysm. Something very, very bad happened. Something like what happened 1,000 years ago before the Ascension, right? And the Black Myers were instrumental in reversing that without anybody knowing.
I mean, reversing.
Complicated. Very foggy to me.
Reversing what part?
Something that now it hasn't happened anymore. And it's something I can't see. I can't see all of it. They're very important people. And yes, they've done a lot of wrong.
I know that they're important, I know.
Like I said, a lot of it is something that you're not going to believe right now. You're just not equipped to. You haven't seen everything that I've seen, and I don't have the time or the inclination to inform you of all of it, because you're not ready to receive it right now. But as you travel forth and accomplish your goals and work on the things that you want to work on with these people, it's going to change you. Everything changes people. Experiences change. Traveling the world changes people. Meeting people like your companions right now, it changes people. It's going to mold you. Whatever you let it mold you into. There's going to be a new version of you coming out of all this. There's going to be new versions of all of you coming out of this. And the newest version of you that I can see is, well, it could go one of many different ways. But as you go forth, you're going to be more able to understand motivations that you might not understand right now. But to answer your initial question,
Yes.
you will accomplish as much as you decide that you want to.
Guess that's as best as I'll get an answer from that. In this specific aspect, are there people in the ladder that will help me?
Yeah. Unfortunately,
long
a
term.
whole lot of them are probably going to die.
Because of war.
Well, somewhat.
Because something. Alright.
It's kind of a war. There's not a whole lot you can do about that, unfortunately.
Will the sibling in Tycon be amenable to me in my situation?
Absolutely, yeah. Ophelia, she's a good egg.
I had a feeling about that.
And there's somebody there that you're going to want to meet.
Sooner rather than later, or does it matter?
Not really that important, but it's somebody that's going to be very helpful for you.
Will the Cockroach King help me?
Yeah. He weaves his way in and out, yeah.
Alright. Is there a place that I can find him?
Well, he's currently, right now, he's in the Three Brothers, but he really makes his way around. He likes to hide, you know. He generally spends time in Fairburg, but more and more lately, he's got reason not to be there anymore. If you're in Zeltenbrach, and you want to find him eventually, you probably can.
I feel like the Three Brothers is a good place to start.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is probably where you want to go first. Where you're familiar with. And there's some small-time people there that you want to deal with.
I'm kind of getting a feeling that perhaps we should save the ladder for later.
Well, you know, yes and no, right?
So we'll see what the others say after the little talk with you. I don't really know if I have any more questions. The rest I'd rather just let play out.
You came to me a little bit earlier than I thought you would, to be honest. The others are in different places in their lives. But you are on the beginning of a very long road.
May I ask a question about someone else?
Sure, why not? I don't care.
What's the deal with Millie? Sorry, I shouldn't have called her that.
She
Mills.
doesn't. She really doesn't like that, yeah. What do you mean, what's the deal with her?
What's her situation? What's going on?
She's a little kid who ran away from home.
Is there more to that?
I mean, there's more to it, but there's not more that you really need to know. She was in a, she didn't like where she was. She was trapped, she felt like, and she ran away from home. It's a classic story.
Right.
Her mother keeps an eye on her, though.
Wait, what? Her mother keeps an eye on her?
Yeah, there's spells that let you do that.
Got it.
So, she knows generally where she is.
I think Celeste is gonna hate me in the end.
There's
do a lot of killing as far as
there's a very good chance. She's got a lot going on with her, though. She's going to be a little bit more preoccupied, I think.
I just feel like we're both at opposite ends of spectrums.
I think you're more accurately on the same end of two different spectrums. You're both on a journey that's going to have a lot of suffering. And some of that you will inflict on each other, but depending on the decisions that the two of you make, you could end up being very good friends, or you could end up dead at each other's hands.
No.
There are, I should tell you, the way that this works, there are a lot of people who I can see their whole lives played out in front of me, like rings in a loom. You know, I can tug on one and I can see the other end move. There are a handful of people like yourselves that are different. The ladder seems to grow and change and work around them. And I can't see exactly where your lives are going to go. I can only see different possibilities.
So perhaps I won't turn out the way you think I will.
No, I don't know. I just know that you're going to make decisions that will change you and go different ways. I do not know. For any of the four of you, I don't know. And there are a handful of others as well.
I would appreciate if you wouldn't tell the others too much about, you know.
I'll tell them what I think they need to know, which isn't... Well, it's probably not that much. I think it's important for you to tell them when you need to.
Well,
I'm very invested in your character arc.
I appreciate that. Well, I guess I'll just see how life plays out.
Yeah. You're welcome to come
Well,
back if you want.
I don't really know if I want to.
Yeah, you might not. A lot of people
No
don't.
offense.
A lot of people don't.
I'd like to let it play out. Not too many spoilers, I guess. Anyone who wants to see next?
I don't care. Send whoever.
Right. Thank you.
You are so welcome. That'll be
Don't worry.
7,500 gold.
I don't have that
I'm
much.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Hello. Who wants to be
Hello.
next?
Hello.
You see Rook stroll on out of the hut, looking a little perturbed.
Hello there. Well, what an exciting conversation. All right. Who'd like to go next?
Are you okay?
Sure.
Did you get answers?
Uh,
Okay.
Well, I
not
certainly do.
exactly.
Oh.
I don't want to be next, so, Millicent, were you interested?
Yeah, I can go next.
I'll just peek in through the door. Oh, it's Millicent next.
You see, as you open the door, you look in, and you guys see that the person sitting in this chair now is this human woman, kind of like long brown hair and then like a tight
Oh.
braid around her shoulder, probably like early to mid 40s. That's
I
right.
just kind of like,
Send her in.
watch out, Mills. I think that's your mother.
I walk in. Is it my mother?
It sure
It's
is.
Oh, I knew it.
Everybody else, go ahead and deafen.
Mom.
No, I'm not actually
Oh,
your mom.
oh.
I just
Oh,
I
thank
take
God.
on-
Okay.
I can take on any form I choose, and I generally try to choose a form that I think is somebody that the other person wants to see. And I can kind of take on a lot of their mannerisms and some of their memories as well when I do it, so... It's very complicated. I don't really understand it myself, but have a seat, please.
Okay. It's like. Do I just ask
I mean,
whatever?
ask away. I'll tell you what I can, and what I think I'm supposed
Okay.
to.
And just to clarify, you say you can see things also in the past and the present, possibly.
Yeah,
And future?
it's pretty vague, but I generally get a lot.
Okay. Because I have kind of various questions, and I guess I'll just ask and I'll see what I can get. First off, I don't know if you can like get a sense, but am worried about my mom, and if you know if she's doing okay, if she's in any danger since I've left, or if she's mad at me, or any of those kind of.
She's not in danger. She's upset. I mean, she's not mad at you. She's just sad that you're gone. But I think also part of her understands that this is a journey that you need to take. She took very similar journeys when she was around your age, so she understands.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't
All
mean
right.
that you shouldn't eventually probably go back to see her, but
Yeah. But she's okay right now. So no rush for me to go back anytime soon, is
I
what I'm
mean,
hearing.
if that's how you want to interpret it, then by all means, go ahead.
Okay. So since you're kind of, I guess, all-seeing, then
Well,
maybe you
not
have an
quite.
idea. Yeah, well, I guess part of this whole reason I'm on this journey, I guess, I know I was upset at my mom and my tribe, but I really don't know where to get answers, and you know what? I thought that maybe you have something to hint towards me, but everyone seems to be very secretive about my father, even within our tribe. And no matter how much I question about him, I get really nothing, just the fact that my powers seem to stem from him. And I don't know why they have to keep it a secret? Like, is he even alive? Like, why do they need to
He's alive.
do all this? He is alive.
He's a... You know he's what he is called. He's called a Dao, right? He is a
Yeah,
powerful
I know
genie,
that
a
much.
very powerful genie. Been around for a long, long time. And he's one of 4. There's a Dao, there's a Merid, there's a Jinn, and an Ifriti, right? A fire, water, earth, and air. And they are tasked with protecting each of them, different place. And since the surge, they have even more work to do. They work for very powerful beings who tell them what they have to do and where they have to protect. And when the surge happened, those places where they protect have become a little bit unstable and slightly more unsafe, which is why you eventually had to leave, and you and your mom got sent where they did for your own protection. And he's the reason why there's so much secrecy around him is because in order to keep safe what he protects. The fewer people know about him and where he is and what he's doing, the more likely he's going to be able to keep it safe. All that said, you will meet him,
I will.
and you should.
I mean, does he even care that I exist? I mean,
He cares deeply, but he serves a higher calling. And there are certain things that all have to do that we don't want to, but in order to live out the roles chosen for us, sacrifices have to be made. And he and your mother both knew what they were getting into when they joined together. She always knew this was a likelihood, as did he.
will I get to meet him soon?
Perhaps sooner than you think. As I was telling your compatriot, most people in the world, I can see their entire lives playing out in front of me, figures on a tapestry. But there are some people who the lattice instead worked itself around. And you are one of those people. I can't always see what your future looks like, all possibilities. And when you join together with 3 other people whose futures are also unknown to me, very difficult. Exactly what will happen. But your paths will cross. Necessarily. Because as luck would have it, something that others in your group are searching for happens to be.
Can you tell me where that is?
I can, but I won't.
Oh. Worth a shot.
I would. But the finding of that information is very important to Celeste's journey. She's on a very important path. As are you.
I guess. Oh. I do have. I pull out the cube.
Oh.
So I found this in the Spirelands, and one of my friends in the group that you'll meet later has something similar, pretty much the same thing. I know he'll probably ask questions about it, but I don't know, it's just been around and nothing has happened to it, and I'm just kind of concerned if I should be worried that we're digging into something.
It's a shard of primordium. The Leviathans are closely tied to elemental spirits and creatures that inhabit planes that border our own. And there's some connection between those two things. The one that he has came from a different Leviathan, one that yours is. But it's sort of a residue of when an elemental being of great power crosses over to our realm. I don't exactly know why that one's a perfect cube. That's odd to me.
Okay. Yeah.
But hold on to
I
it.
mean. Okay. But should I be worried like it's gonna has
Probably not.
a weird magic?
Probably not.
Okay. That's good to know.
I think Cinder has had his for quite some time, and it has allowed him to bond with a spirit. So perhaps if you hold on to that one for long enough, you might surprise it where it takes you.
Oh. I did want to ask about. I feel like when we go to Southern Rock, I do want to go to Braddock, and I know you kind of said to us that that might be an area that is probably a better place to go to right now. And I was given the name Cameron Hamilton
Yes.
as like a possible person to teach me axe, and I just kind of want to know if that's actually true. Would they be like,
So-
like?
Hamilton is the man that the Blackmires have put in charge of that city. Runs, he sort of does supply runs into the Braddock Mire, leads small groups of soldiers, plummets depths and kill monsters and find treasure. He's a strong, capable leader, and I think a good man. And there are a lot of things you can learn from him, not just axe, but a lot of things in general that could benefit from learning.
Okay. I do have one last question, and I think that's all I really want to know. So I got this stone. I pull out the sending stone from Julia. So I got this from my friend, and I don't know why she just didn't give this to our whole group. And I just want to know, does she want me to keep this a secret? I feel like there's no need to, but I feel like it was kind of weird that.
I think she was just worried about
she-
you and this group of strangers that you find yourself with, and she just wanted to make sure that you were safe. And I think it's up to you if you wanted to keep it a secret or not.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thanks. That was actually very helpful.
I know, it always is, and yet people seem so surprised by that.
Okay. Well, thanks.
You're so welcome.
Should I just go get the next
Yeah,
person?
sure, that's fine.
Okay. I was like, kind of like waves by and it's like, "Yeah." Okay.
We're good. See if Millicent comes out.
Hey, Mills?
Mhm?
You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Questions answered?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah. It was pretty good.
Oh. Nice. Well. Gender, Celeste.
Yeah. Who wants to go next?
I can go next. You can go next. It's really no different.
Also indifferent. Go ahead.
All right.
You guys see
Head
as
into.
Celeste opens the door, and sitting in a chair is this, looks like a slender and tall elf woman with this long, jet black and straight hair, pretty angular features.
Who's that?
Old friend.
Okay.
So is that your mom?
No.
That's nothing like your mom.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright, have fun though.
Go ahead and walk in.
Go in. Ready? Deafen again. There we go.
Yep.
Ah. Hello.
Hello. Well, I don't need to bother myself with questions as to how much you know of my past, and I'm going to presume most of it.
As I told the others, I take on a form that it gives me a little bit of insight into that person and their mannerisms and what they know, and I try to choose a person that seems to be someone that you would like to see. And I thought Jade would be somebody that you would like to see. Here she is.
Yeah, that. Well, I guess I appreciate that.
That's good.
However,
Rook really didn't appreciate it, but I thought it was funny anyway.
you know what? It was a little funny. But that aside, I guess it wasn't intended to be my first question, but how did Jade survive? What happened to her? I thought for sure she would have been killed.
Well,
Is that
she was severed, as you were. But they did yours first, which worked a lot better. And
Oh.
they were a little bit rushed through hers, so I think she managed to hold on to a little bit more of her energy and power than you did. And when they separated the two of you, she managed to give them the slip, and she worked very hard to try and come back for you, but she realized that she couldn't. Hoped that you would have make your own way.
That okay, I mean it's not that that doesn't make sense, but I have my powers, not the extent that I used to, but I'll just pull up like a sacred flame, but like
They're
I
coming back, I think, aren't they?
yes, I mean what
It's different. It's, well, as you know, clerics get their power from faith, and they can't deny you your faith. They can only subdue your connection, sever your bond. And since the ascension, that connection between mortals and the old gods is tenuous. So these rituals can set you back quite a ways. You used to be much more powerful, as you know. But it's slowly returning, and hers returned a little bit more quickly, and they didn't quite remove as much of it. For whatever reason, she hasn't... It affected her somewhat differently. There are certain spells she can no longer use.
huh. I mean can you tell me anything else of what I can expect from the ritual? Like
I think it's run its course for you. Just a question. Returning to your previous state of power, and it seems like you already know what to do. Keep practicing and keep healing and doing what you can. It's just something that they used to do on people who went rabid and rampant with powers and misused them and abused them, but it was decided that it was a cruel and unusual thing to do to a person. Stopped doing it for you.
oh well that's good, but
I know it's not great. She can't
I
communicate with you. One of the things she can. That's one of the spells she can.
well
But she
she
is
can't
safe.
yes, I heard that she was in that the city, a very the one down in the middle of the desert. I'm
Yes,
looking.
Almana.
Amana, yeah.
Yes, she fell in with some sympathetic people and helping her, but they are deep in hiding, trying to figure out what they can.
Yeah, no kidding. I was very confused considering I thought that that city didn't allow any sort of magic.
It doesn't.
Okay, that's probably why she's hiding there to
That's
throw them off trail.
yes.
Okay,
She thought it was the
that's
safest place for her to go by virtue of it being a place nobody would expect her to go.
very that okay. Is there anyone else that's still alive that I can trust?
Trust?
Yeah.
Millicent comes to mind.
Oh, okay. Well,
Of your original ball, it's a little bit hazy. See the specifics, but
Like-
those who helped you escape, some of them still live. I believe the primary the man from who worked in Rise that you
yeah.
knew, I believe he yet lives. He and his husband, I believe, are still both living.
Are they also in hiding, or?
Yes. Anybody affiliated with you has either perished or taken extreme precautions to not do so.
I almost want to ask about my family, but I know they're very close to the church, and
They live, but yeah, they live.
okay, that's
As I told the others this, there are certain people, most people in the world, I can see how their lives are going to play out, and then I can see almost all of it. And there are certain people that I can't do that for at all, and I see hazy options, potential possibilities. And you are one of those people, and so are the rest of your group. And when one of those people interacts with more of those people, it becomes even more difficult for me to see.
that I just didn't. I mean, that makes sense. I also didn't talk to them for a while, so I I don't know what I expected on that one. I guess with that though, so Prixon took me out. Was it entirely her leading the force, or was there a concentrated coup?
It
Discon-
was started by her, but as you know, she is very persuasive, and there was a lot of tension and unrest in her bishopric and her wing of the church, and she was able to bring people aside.
Her wing of the church was the same one I ran. Like,
It was,
God.
as you know, there's a lot of unease regarding the research that you would do. The church's relationship with the new church, the church's relationship with the Black Myers, certain things that she and convinced others to see as being of more import were working on. You must admit you became a little bit blinded by the research that you were doing and roast certain things that you didn't see happening.
Mm, sure, okay.
I'm not here to say
I
that it was your fault, because it certainly wasn't, but, you know, it was just, some of it was happening that, some things were happening that you might have been able to notice had you not been so completely engrossed in your tasks. But the tasks
Okay.
that you engrossed yourself in were important. Plain important.
Well, that being said, with the current ruling on God's hold, I foresee some form of conflict breaking out soon,
Oh yes.
and I'm going to presume perpetuated by the current High Priestess.
She will sanction the activities to come, but they will be carried out by the Black Mine.
Of course they are. I know you can't say this because I at least part of it because I know it's going to be a major issue that will probably kill if we jump into too soon. But what's the scale of this? Like, what is it going to be? The Black Myers and other things going on, or is it going to be the Black Myers with one a big event?
Hmm. Well, it is a very complicated place. It has became even more complicated with the Ascension, and even more so after the Surge. The changes that are coming are because of a greater threat to the world. The Black Myers are embroiled in that threat by virtue of actions that they partook in around the time of the Surge. And some of this is very hazy to me. I suspect Panacea has a lot to do with everything. I can't see that place. I don't know what goes on there. I suspect the Black Myers are involved in what happened there during the Surge. This is all to say, the things that are going to come, many of them will be perpetrated by the Church in concert with the Black Myers. But they are all ripples of a larger wave that's yet to come. And one that has already crashed without anybody really noticing.
Oh God, is that?
Now you know how frustrating it is. This is how I see things all the time. They come to me like this, and I have to try and pass them out.
No.
I know, I'm just saying, I wish I could be more useful.
No, and I don't blame you. I've been lost in the library, and I'm sure that's 10,000 times more difficult for what you have to deal with. So I'm just grateful for the answers I can get.
As far as I can tell, 1,000-ish years ago, when the Ascension happened, before the Ascension, something very, very bad happened. And the Ascension counteracted it. In so doing, something happened to the gods. I don't know exactly what. But they're quieter now. We have this new church now. And then, 23 years ago, the Surge happened. It was something different, but similar. Very, very bad thing. Only this time there was no Ascension to stop it from happening. So, it happened, but it also didn't? And I can't really tell exactly why. It's not as though it had lasting ramifications. It had some lasting ramifications. But I can also see a world in which everything became dark and ruinous. But it's not. And I think the Black Myers had something to do with that. And the research that they were doing, and the work that they do, did something to forestall or undo that calamitous event. So they find themselves as the linchpins of the world. And that comes with greed and avarice and the lust for more power. And as they seek more power, this hold they have over whatever it is becomes more tenuous. I can see very faint and very metaphorical visions of them and Zeltenbrach as a keystone in an archway that can't help but collapse at some point. And I don't know what's going to happen, but I think Rook is going to be the one who collapses it.
Oh. Sorry, my head is spinning a bit, but
Yes.
the Black Myers circumvented the potential apocalypse that the Surge could have caused.
I think so. But I think it also did happen, and then I don't know if it's time or if it's extraplanar or something. But they did something to undo whatever it was that it was going to do or that it had already done. And I think it happened at Panacea. Because I couldn't see it.
Oh God. Uh,
I know it's a lot of information, but I think it ties into the things that you're looking into. Is this, and the Leviathans, and the Ascension, and the forthcoming war, and the awakening of the Warforged, and the libraries, they're all connected. Not to mention the conquest of Tychon, and the monsters there, and the genies that exist, the four of them, and so much. It's a lattice. Everything intersects.
oh, sweet God. Oh.
I'm telling you this
One-
because I think you can handle it. I haven't dumped quite as much of this on the others.
No. That's fine. That's fine. One of my other questions was, I could gather that world events were going to happen, and had begun to wonder how much my research would have been important to continue on, considering the landscape of the world right now. But that answers that question. Um,
I think what I can say is that a lot of the chaos and entropy that virtue of the fact that none of us are supposed to survive.
okay. As far as then continuing that research goes, is it important to track down both the, because my companions, of course, were interested in Leviathans, and I was looking into the libraries. Is there any
They're connected.
part? I mean, I know they're connected, but like, is there one in particular that would really help us
One is
try to
going.
piece things in?
One is going to lead to the other. I think
Okay.
you're going to end up coming across all of this at some point, I believe. But it's just a question of if you follow any of your compatriots' threads, you're going to find things you want to find.
I see.
Rook will take you through issues in Zeldenbrach, and Millicent will lead you, I think, to a library or two, and Cinder will take you to Leviathans, other things.
I guess I don't trust the Blackmires, but if they're a linchpin, is it a matter of getting someone else to handle? I can't even say handle, but do we want them to fall? Like,
I don't know.
okay.
It's hard for me to see, but they have committed heinous acts in the name of what they believe to be the greater good. And the question is how much of that can stand and how much of that rightfully brings down hellfire on them. And that's a question that Rook is going to have to answer for himself at some point, I think. He very much does not like them.
I've gathered that, and I'm sure I cannot pry into that, both for ethical and moral reasons.
Well, let's just say he is uniquely qualified to understand the struggles of the people that they have hurt. And he has very good reason for the hatred that he bears them. But they control a lot of the world, even mundanely. It's difficult to just write off something that powerful.
Yeah. Not to pivot, but just to really just info dump myself right into hell. Um, the old. I don't know how much we can say of this. You know, when you mentioned that the old gods got quiet, do you see them becoming quieter in the next events? Do you like? Is that something you can even have a read on, considering the
It's
lattice
hard.
and everything?
It's hard to say. The the connection to the world is tenuous, but gods are, as far as I know, as strong as their followers.
It's
I don't know.
I I regained just my connection back to Saloon, but there were so many questions I had about the powers that be and
Hmm.
their apparent growth, and which could just be, as you said, from their followers. But there's,
The wills of the
feel like,
gods are beyond even my comprehension, unfortunately, but
yeah, I was just hoping if there was any particular events that could have shown any context. But if not, I understand.
I do not know.
Okay.
But your efforts to learn more about the new church are well founded.
Um, well founded, as in like it's. I mean, it's generally good to know more about them, or because the information will become pivotal at some point.
Probably both.
Oh, great. Um,
Everything is connected to everything else, it seems.
I'm getting that vibe, and I'm not gonna sleep tonight. But that'll be fine. Um, I guess one of the last things that I have, unless there's anything else that you have that you need me to know now,
I
is
think I've told you enough.
I I know I'm recognizable, and I at least attempted to change clothes to further conceal my identity, but I'm wondering how soon will my past catch up to me,
You
or
have
how many more?
you have some control over that. The further away you get from God's Hold, the better, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's not so much a matter of it catching up to you as a matter of you deciding to return to it and deal with it.
Yeah, I knew trying to go back to God's Hold and face friction was a suicide mission, and that wouldn't be fruitful for anything, but will will that matter? Like, yes, I was the previous head, but when events go into, or when, I guess, events go into fruition,
It's hard to say, but you
okay.
matter. So, do with that information what you will.
Oh, okay, well, thank you. This was far more than I could have ever dreamed of, so
I've been waiting a while for you to come here, so I could tell you what I knew.
is do you think it would be beneficial for us to come back after a certain point? Like if there was a
That part's up to you. There's only so much that I can tell you, but the sooner you all decide to stop keeping secrets from each other, the sooner I can be more helpful.
uh,
But that's
well,
easier said than done.
yeah, I
You all will probably come back. I wasn't expecting Rook this soon. I wasn't expecting Millicent at all, to be perfectly honest.
and Cinder was a given.
He's an interesting case.
Is I have questions about him, but I feel like that has to come from him.
I mean, you can ask.
It was implied that he has limited time left?
It's not so much that he has limited time as some of his people do. And wants to find the answer to fix them before it's too late.
These people being other Warforged, correct?
Other Warforged like him.
Hmm. Is that again can connect back over to the lattice and the
Yes, it all
old.
connects.
Oh, that checks out. That's also vastly concerning, as is most of the information you provided today. But that's on par because the world is concerning.
Yes.
Oh, okay. There are more questions, but admittedly I'm running directly into a brick wall right now based on the amount of information I have.
That happens.
I'm sure you're familiar. And I don't doubt Millicent, and I feel like Cinder is very much a forward, I say forward, a genuine person. But am I able to trust everyone? Like, Rook seems to have his agenda, and I'm not sure how to go about that, and how I go about that with my past.
Rook is someone that until the two of you can have a frank and honest conversation with each other about your goals and about some of the things that motivate what you're doing, you're going to butt heads. But I think once you get to the place where you can have that conversation, which could be tonight or it could be in 3 years, you will realize that you're not quite as different as you think you are. Which is easy for me to say, but...
No. Okay, I guess this is not an info-heavy question. Do I need to be more concerned about Millicent than I already am?
Probably the amount to which you are concerned for her is close to the right amount.
Okay.
She's a scared child. With way more strength than she knows how to handle.
I've gathered. I'm glad my assessment on that was at least in line. But continue letting her travel?
I'd
I'm
like to see
going to
you try to
guess-
stop her.
Yeah, but if there's any point to me putting in due effort to at least, try if it's better off for her.
She'll go home when she needs to, I think.
Okay.
But she won't stay home for long.
Alright. Could you, just from my notes, reiterate what... You said one of the libraries were in the Tycon, correct?
Yes.
Did you mention anything else, or is that more of I follow my companions and we basically do the puzzle pieces of figuring it out?
Well, I believe there's one in the ladder and one in Shavirik as well. But library is a very loose term.
It's... Okay.
Information comes to us in a lot of different ways.
Alright.
It's not going to be just a big building filled with books.
Yeah, I feel like if that were the case, it would be a little bit easier to pin down, so that makes sense. I think for right now that's as much information as I'm going to be able to process tonight, so
I believe so, yeah.
I truly thank you.
I do what I can. This is information that I am cursed with, so the more people I can foist it off upon, the better.
Yeah, I do the same. That makes sense. Well, I'll be on my way out then. Well, what was your name again? Actually,
I'm
do you just
DI. I've been so many different people for so long that I don't remember what I was.
Is that a result of being connected to the lattice for so long?
Not exactly, no. I was always different.
Well, I know you wanted us to come and you wanted to give us this information, but I'm still grateful and I would be happy to help you as a person in any way.
Perhaps the time will come when you can. Until then, feel free to send Cinder in.
I certainly will. Now walk out of the tent.
I mean,
Yeah, whatever.
he
Yeah.
doesn't. He doesn't really need to undeafen because I'm guessing I'm just gonna go in.
Correct.
Yeah.
Cinda, you are you're good to go. I'm going to go lie down.
You guys see as, oh, here's Robin.
Sorry.
You guys see as Cinder opens the door to go in, and there, just kind of sitting in that same old rocking chair, is this big old, rusty, bulky Warforged.
Is that
With a
rusty?
big with a big number 4 kind of
Oh.
carved into his breastplate there.
Interesting.
Good luck.
Have fun.
Go on in.
There you go, man. Hello.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on.
Hello.
Didn't do the thing.
Hello, Robin.
There we go.
Like, hold on. As I told the others, I take on a form that I think is something familiar and something that you would like to see. And in so doing, I can take upon some of their mannerisms and their memories.
Well, some of his memories are things that interest me. Though I suspect, should they have been things that I should know, he would have told me.
Perhaps. Well,
I have a few questions.
ask away.
Sort of see how it goes. My main one is probably expected, albeit a bit existential. Or maybe you can't even answer it. But will my people last long enough to figure out what's happening? And stop it.
They will survive longer than you think. The connections to the spirits keep them strong. The deterioration is slow. You will be able to save the bulk, I think.
Is the deterioration this thing that's happening to them? And apparently I hear to the people of Seltenbrock as well. Is this tied to the awakening of the Warforged? Or to the planar incursions in my home? Or both in some way?
everything, as I told Celeste, a lot of things are interconnected in strange ways. I can't see everything, but I know when your people were built, they were built somewhat imperfectly. Without whatever it is that goes on in Drexler that creates lasting Warforged, but with the added benefit of life, personality, sentience, and soul. In part, brought on thanks to the bond between you and the spirits. These extraplanar incursions are somewhat related to something I can't see, but when the surge happened, the Blackmires did something. I don't know what. Can't see it. But it has something to do with planes as well. And when the Warforged began to awaken, it's not directly tied to the people that are getting sick, but they are both tied to the same thing. It has to do with this other plane or other planes. The deterioration happening in Zeltenbrach to the people in Fairburg is similar but different to the deterioration you're seeing in your people. But what I believe to be the case, simply, one cannot simply create a soul. There is a principle that binds the universe of equivalence. When the Warforged appear, awaken, they call it, that soul has to come from somewhere. I don't know if it's coming from the people that fall ill, or from something else, but it has to come from somewhere, I think. For your part, your people, it arises from the bonds with your spirits. But something is affecting that as well, that connection. Could be the same thing, or it could be a different, or a cousin, or something. I don't really know.
Interesting. Is it common for things to be blocked from your vision? This?
As I've told the others, most people I can just see their lives playing out in front of me, like images on a screen. Some people, very important people, I think, it's not quite the same. Their lives can go different paths. The lattice tugs them in different directions, but they tug it back. You are one of those people. As are your 3 traveling companions. And when 4 of those people get together, it becomes very difficult for me to see much of anything. And the other thing is, I have never been able to see anything related to Panacea. Leads me to think it's connected in some way. Simply by process of elimination. I told some of this to Celeste because I think she is equipped to process it. I think you are as well. Effectively, 1,000-ish years ago, when the Ascension happened, it happened because something very, very bad was about to happen, and the Ascension forestalled it. And 23 years ago, when the Surge happened, something different was very bad going to happen. Only this time, there was no Ascension to stop it. And I think Black Maya's did something to stop it again. But whatever they did was not quite as permanent or effective as what was done with the Ascension. Now, there are factors in play, things moving that shouldn't be. And the Warforged are all tied into this in some way. They were effectively people that were never supposed to be people, and yet they are. And that it could be causing reality itself to break apart, but you can't just... I don't know. It's difficult for me to decipher.
If for the Ascension something happened to obstruct the calamity, and in the surge the Blackmires intervened, if such intervention is manufactured, was there some entity or force that manufactured the Ascension to stop whatever was going to happen back then?
I think so, but I don't know what.
Suspect you can't see things related to the Ascension, and you can't see... What did you call it? Panacea?
Panacea, the island in the center. That
Perhaps
didn't
answers
exist
would be that.
Answers, I think, will be there, but also perhaps guaranteed death.
Yes, nobody since I've come to the Skybound lands has ever acknowledged its existence. What?
It's a sore subject. Everybody that has ever gone there has failed to return.
Wonderful.
Except for Andreas Blackmire.
Wonderful. The man that Rook wishes to kill.
The very one.
Hopefully I shall speak first. Well, that sounds complicated.
The good news is, I think your problem is a little bit less complicated.
Well, the problem of my people?
I think so. I think if you are able to... Because what... And this is conjecture. There are two parts to what makes an awakened Warforged. There is the physical and magical, and I'm kind of counting those two things together, aspect in the Forge. And there is the metaphysical, soul aspect. And what is failing with your people is, I don't think, metaphysical. Your bond with the spirits is strong. Wavers, and it is affected by these planar incursions, but it will remain intact. What you need to determine is the physical aspect, which you will probably be able to find somewhere by either talking to the Blackmires or visiting the Forge or something. You can determine that piece of the puzzle and go back and help them deal with whatever these extraplanar beings are. Which answers will come, I believe, from dealing with the Leviathans. You will at least be in a better position than the Warforged up here, where they're struggling with the metaphysical.
Leads to more questions that I don't know that I'm able to frame.
We can work out together. I'm in a bit of a different situation with you than I am with the others. The others all have journeys that they have to go on in order to grow into the people that they need to be to do the things that they have to do. And as such, I can't tell them everything. But you are different. You have a journey to go on. But your personal journey, I don't think can be very much affected by anything I could tell you, so ask away.
I want to know about Rusty, and why he separated from... And if my people struggle with the physical, but excel at the metaphysical, and those above excel at the physical, but struggle with the metaphysical. Certainly you see the same potential here that I do. And did they?
Rusty was an interesting case. He was one of the first to awaken, and he had grandiose notions. He thought he could... His plan in general was to free all of the Warforged from the yoke of the repressors, and then work on the rest later. He thought that they might be able to teach what they knew, what they had suddenly become. He thought it could be passed on, indoctrinated, if they were given the free rein to do so. And he made the mistake of explaining that to them who he thought would be sympathetic ears, but who instead became afraid of what that might entail.
Blackmires?
And the people that they worked for, directly underneath the Blackmires, yes. He was an idealist. He was effectively an infant. And he thought that everybody would want to know that he saw a future for his people. And he took it very hard when he realized that that wasn't the case. And he blamed himself for the further oppressions and eventually the violence committed against them when they attempted to escape, which was part of the reason why he separated himself. But I do see the potential that you speak of. And it possible that all of this is tied to the lattice. And either bringing one group down or the other group up could help.
In that vein, to make it possible, then it would need to be a certain element of trust.
Yes.
Are the Blackmires my enemy as much as those around me think they will be?
They have obviously
Vested interest.
an incentive not to go along. But many of them could be convinced. They do view these people as sort of their children, more than just a source of income. But they all find themselves in increasingly complicated situations where this is concerned, in part thanks to actions they have already taken that they can't undo, and in part because of decisions from on high. Andreas is perhaps the most complicated man in the skybound lands. He sees himself as the savior of the world.
And yet... I think my time with Rook shall be very interesting then.
He thinks he is a man for whom the ends justify the means. And so is Rook. But I don't think that either of them is incapable of change. Here is something that I think you will find interesting beyond your wildest dreams that perhaps Rook would rather me not share, but I think I'm going to. I don't know how familiar you are with the canonization process in the new church, but obviously somebody has to make an appeal to those who are in power in the church, in the Holy Triumvirate. People write letters, send messages, and say, here is a figure that committed great deeds. You might be surprised at who informed the new church about Rusty.
One of the Black Mars.
Was Rook.
Did he know him?
Not personally.
Then this is related to King.
Most everything that Rook does is related to King.
Who is King? I don't think he knows I know that.
He is a very important figure in Rook's life. Sort of a father.
Was he one of the Awakened?
No.
It's my understanding he was a warful.
It's a very complicated question. Rook's past is extremely storied. But one thing you can be certain of, there is no greater advocate for people like you than Lucas Rook.
Where is he from originally?
From Zeltenbach.
Where?
I don't exactly know. I
Was
believe
he
he
an
comes.
important-
I believe he comes from Drexler.
Was he an important man before he left there? Get the impression that he may have been more connected than he wants us to know. And that's why he's as passionate as he is about his homeland.
He was not. Well, to my eye, he is one of the most important men ever born in Zeltenbach. But to them, he was just another man. But he worked.
Enough. I have, since we have traveled together, I tend to be reasonably good at gauging other people. And I have found him. He seems like the kind of man to trust, but that he doesn't want you to know.
I think you're correct. He is an enigma because he has made himself into one. Because he fears for his safety if he doesn't. And Celeste has reason to do so as well. She's just not nearly as good at it.
My read on her is that there's something going on that is going to come apart at the seams, and she will tell us sooner than later, because she must. Which is why I have not asked questions about her, because, frankly, I think I'll find out. Rook is, well, an enigma, as you said. What of the other?
He's perhaps the simplest story among you, but the greatest potential. She ran from home. She sought freedom under what she thought was oppression, but she's a child.
She would like to meet the real Fore.
I think so as well. I am a rather shoddy facsimile, but
Appreciate it all the same.
Rook didn't appreciate it, but
Who were you to him? Looked like a brother or something of that nature.
something like that. It's for him to tell you when he decides to.
If
When? It's... Of all of the different paths that you all could go on, Rook's are the most varied. He could go in some very dark directions. I think it's important that you stay by his side as long as you can stand to.
seems to me like, well, I don't know much of Celeste, but perhaps of all of us, he's the one that needs the group the most. Millicent is, as you said, relatively simple. Mine, I could research, spend some time in the right places, and return. Seems like he needs allies. Perhaps friends, though I don't think he would.
He needs people to trust so he can remember that he's somebody worth trusting.
Well, time.
Millicent has a simple story, but she's going to drag you into some shit.
I actually kind of hope so. Go to her homeland, hear that there's something to be learned there of the Leviathan, and pull out the crystal, this thing that we both carry.
So that is a shard of primordium. You can think of it as a sort of residue from when extraplanar beings exert their presence here. The Leviathans are among the most powerful versions of those beings. So are the spirits that you bond with, and so are the 4 genies that protect the libraries of Sandrana, one of whom is Millicent's father.
Ah.
Everything is connected. It's somewhat frustrating to my eyes because I can't see a singular thing, only the massive lattice where everything intersects.
What was the place you said the library was? Senwa?
Sandrana is the name of the world.
Oh. I was thinking it was a place on this continent.
The libraries are not, as I was talking to Celeste about, the libraries are not exactly libraries per se. They are just stores of different types of knowledge. And each one as a genie tasked to guard it by the Leviathans, for whom they sort of work.
Are the spirits that I connect to similarly, we use the word tied too much in this conversation, tasked by the Leviathans?
They're sort of like cousins. They act more of their own volition. But you could think of it as the Leviathans created a doorway for the genies to go through, and the spirits that you know noticed an open door and went through as well. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's kind of how it went, yeah.
And these shards of primordium have different effects on different people?
They serve to connect you. It's sort of a talisman that will bind you to the elemental powers. And there are different types, as you say.
Mine has seemed to be the main reason that
Yours
I have
is
been
among the
stable.
strongest.
I was wondering. Millicent showed hers and seemed less attached.
Hers
Seems to
is
have
somewhat
me.
dormant.
Ah,
It was worked by some hands at some point. That's why it's a perfect shape, which has muted its capacities. But if she spends enough time with it, something will probably come of it.
I feel there should be more things that I wish to ask, but
Most do.
as you probably know, been more task-driven. So
That's
those
good.
were-
There are a lot of tasks that only you can do.
That does not fill me with confidence.
Hmm.
Feel I already have enough.
Yeah, well. The longer you spend up here, the more attached to this place you're gonna get. Fortunately for you.
Pull out the notebook.
That
Whose was this?
was a man who came to visit me many years ago. Got himself locked in jail.
The way out.
He found a way out. He's still
Suspect.
somewhere down there.
Okay. Is this someone I should seek? Seems to be pretty well versed in the way of the world.
Well, he was when I knew him. But the thing about Mintak is it messes with your brain. Fogs you up. The longer you spend there, the more fragmented your mind becomes. I don't know how much of him is left.
I guess my last, not so much question. You can present whatever form would be most relevant to the individual. Can you show me Rusty?
For you, sure. You just kind of blink, and suddenly a different, somewhat similar looking Warforged appears before you. Not actually very rusty, but just kind of angular proportions, probably maybe around 6 feet tall. A very human-like countenance, and with very bulky and strong arms, like was made to work in a very specific capacity and very strong capacity. He's got a number, just like Fore did, kind of emblazoned on him. I forget what the number was, but
36 or something?
yeah, something like that. And otherwise, just kind of, Warforged-y, but
I put on the hat and turn into that.
very nice. That will come in handy.
I will need some way to get around Seltenbrock, and I figure it would be better for them to see a ghost than another enigma.
Maybe.
Or maybe not, and if it's not, it will certainly lead to an interesting conversation.
Oh, yeah. I have never become this man before. There is a certain sadness.
Sadness?
He wanted to do more than he was able.
That seems clear, but... And I guess his end was because of the people that he worked for at the time, and...
I think a part of him knew that he was too early. He was a man out of time. He had come along later in this process. Perhaps he could have felt he could have done more. I think this is a good face for you.
I will endeavor to do it justice, not overuse it.
Well, it sounds like you have a lot of conversations to have, or not.
Knowing these groups standing out there, I suspect it'll happen.
Well, don't be afraid to coax. Frankness and honesty is going to get you very far, very safely. You just have to make sure that they see that eventually.
Before we commit to anywhere as dangerous as where Rook and I want to go, or apparently Celeste, then frankness and honesty should a prerequisite, I would think.
To an extent, yeah.
You can see into the future?
Somewhat.
Will they go below? When I do.
Yeah, I think so. We'll put it this way. There are a lot of possible futures where they do.
My crew survived.
Most of them.
Not,
I didn't hear that.
I did not leave graceful.
No. I don't think you need me to tell you that that's going to come back to bite you in the rear.
There's a large part of me that thinks it would be wrong if it...
It's the way of the world.
As I'm beginning to learn.
They have a lot to learn from you. I hope you teach it to them.
Kind of nod to him. Turn to leave.
Three hours later. Cinder emerges, looking determined as ever.
How was it?
Educational.
Great.
And I got to see my mentor again, so that was good. And everybody watches, right, when that was happening?
They could see, like, in the doorway when you went in.
Okay, but not like
they
through
might
the
not
window.
have seen through the window unless you guys were endeavoring to look through.
Nah.
No. I'm seeing meat.
You made a fire over there while everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like having a good time. She's kind of happy. She's eating. Like, okay. Shares with whoever. Well then.
Well, this has certainly been something.
Well, am I the only one feeling generally overloaded right now? Is that just something that happens for everyone else?
A little bit.
Okay.
I feel somewhat more at peace than since we've started traveling together, if I'm honest.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's very good.
That's one of us.
Though everything he told me was, by and large, pretty awful, having a bit of understanding of the world is better than wandering blindly, which is kind of how I felt we have been doing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I would concur there. And there's a lot going on. That's very concerning. And I'm greatly concerned.
Speaking of.
Yep.
Has our views changed at all as to where we want to go next? I'd still be interested in at least the Abbey of Sin, but after that...
I
Oh no.
didn't they say... Oh, shoot. But, I want to say it was... Didn't they say the Crumbling Peaks was good to go to while it was still there?
I think it was more while we could still go there.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I suppose now would, in fact, be the time for us to do that, but... I don't know, 'cause-
I am
oh,
more interested in Tychon after hearing him. I had not been until now.
I have a lot of interest in Tycon now.
Though I will say he renewed my interest in the Spirelands. Sorry. Listen.
Eh, that's
Wait.
fine. I don't mind going back to Spirelands. I still warn you, we need to be prepared if we're gonna go. I can probably lead us to that area, but it will be dangerous, so
Which,
we
to
should probably
circle back
get.
on that, I don't think we're prepared.
And we are at a bit of an impasse right now, being directly in between. Like, we want to go to, the Abbey first,
Mhm.
but then we'd still be having to go complete opposite directions if we wanted to go back to Tychon or up to the Crumbling Peaks or anything else up north.
That's correct.
He made the Abbey sound at least attainable,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
a lot of the other things that I know interest us, frankly, don't sound so much. So
I'd be fine with just doing the Abbey, and if we just want to specifically only go to the Crumbling Peaks, and then circle back down, that's fine.
just in the rest of the ladder.
Well, I do have interest in the rest of the ladder, but not immediate interest. There's a lot more on Tycon that we can do right now. And there's plenty in Southernbrook.
Great. If we do go back up to the Crumbling Peaks, I would be interested in just stopping off once again in the Triumvirate.
Okay.
Just if we're going that way anyway.
Good.
Do you have new information or just want to pay respects again?
Both?
Okay.
They kind of feed into each other.
That's fair. I'm gonna put this out there. How many of us got the, just a quick little importance of being open with each other in their talks?
Oh yes, he did bring that up.
Oh,
What?
Being
they're
open
not
and
mentioning
trusting
that.
of each other.
No, I wasn't told that.
Same.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Millicent, dear, you're not the one to be worried about. I would also like to insight. I'd give guidance to myself. Damn it. Anyways, damn it.
You get the feeling that Rook didn't get like the exact same message that you did necessarily. Like, he probably asked about some different things and
Yeah.
wasn't as necessarily concerned with group
Sharing
cohesion as the rest of you.
as receiving information.
Yeah. You also, again, all of you get the feeling that you were told what this person thought you needed to hear.
Oh, so let's got
and
something
that
on your mind.
perhaps Rook might not have been as receptive to that kind of advice as the rest of you might have.
Oh, I full-heartedly believe that.
But,
I mean-
listen, I let's just say I got an encyclopedia's worth of information of things we will need to be concerned about, and for us to not, for things to go okay and for us to not suffer, trust will be important in the future. I say this very vaguely because I don't want to force anyone to open up, so that's just a hey, that was an important tidbit, more or less.
Duly noted.
I'm going to guess it's just noted for now.
Yeah. Nothing to share right now.
Well, if a catalyst is what is needed, then Rook, when it comes time for you to kill Juliana's great uncle, I will
Yeah.
help you get there as long as you allow me to speak to him first.
Wait, what?
And there's also, again, in some context with that, there's going to be some domino effect that we're going to need to talk about before we get to that point.
Well, obviously. There's gonna be a shitload of stuff happening before that point.
Possibly at a... I think this might be overselling it. In fact, it will be overselling it. Actually, no. It will be at a cosmic level. Oh, you know. Oh, that fills me with dread. Oh.
No, go ahead. Tell me what you want to tell me.
Wait, what? How have you guys been talking?
Okay, without having to fill in... Unfortunately, you're gonna have to... we'll explain in a second. We'll explain when I don't have a headache. But for the basic context and to get some understanding of what page we're all on, so you're fairly aware of what the Black Myers holds and their tenuous grasp on it as they're becoming more and more power hungry. Like the
Unless I want to kill them. I want to make that
Okay.
main man in the front suffer. I want to take everything away from him. Does that give you an idea as to what I'm about?
No. I get it. I don't. I get that.
What?
But the consequences will be something the seer can't see. But the possibilities of some eternal blackness was one option, or some other time bullshit. I don't know.
Hmm.
Just that kind of cosmic bullshit that may happen. Just. You see why I have a migraine right now? This is bad. It's really
This is
bad.
why I want to talk to Andreas. The seer couldn't see the outcomes, largely because of the type of people that we are, and I am beginning to believe he is as well. But one of the other things that the seer cannot see is the things related to the Ascension and the Surge,
Yes.
including the place that only Andreas has ever been.
Yeah. I also would definitely like to go. Definitely would like to go there at some point if we're ever able to.
To Panacea?
I mean, or at least get more information on it, because no one knows what the fuck's going on it.
Agree with the latter. I think the places we can start are the sources of information, the libraries, so to speak. Talking to the people there. So, listened. Do you care to add anything to that? These guardian individuals? Seeing as I know you're running from one.
You frozen?
That was directed towards you, Millicent.
What? Sorry.
She's just staring at a short
I
rib.
might-
Put the meat down for a moment, Millicent.
I'm
She's
just very...
disassociated into meat.
I'm asking you
Yeah,
about
really
your
like-
father.
That was
I think we
interesting.
need to go speak to him.
Okay. Frankly, I just found out that he's alive. I don't know what's up with him. No one tells me anything. My mom didn't tell me anything. My tribe didn't tell me anything. And apparently has something to do with... So what Celeste is looking into was what I just found out. So I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know where he is. I was never told anything.
I feel like
But it
as we're
seems-
having this conversation, he's in there laughing.
Yes, I would.
That's about right. Yeah.
Did anybody else get the terms connected
It-
far too
no.
often in their conversation?
Yes.
Great.
If I had a nickel, I'd be rich.
Great.
Copper, whatever.
At
There,
least see the path that I think.
yeah. I think there are things we need to talk about, and we know we need to talk about, but we're just not at the comfort level to do that yet. Myself included. That's not targeted.
Well,
Alright.
were you all ready? Because we won't be able to handle these problems that you're hiding until you stop hiding. And if you really thought you could handle them yourselves, you wouldn't be traveling with us. We would have all gone our separate ways already. If we could have done the things that we need to do alone, we wouldn't be.
I think I would do it if Rook did it. If everyone got their issues up front, then I'd be perfectly comfortable with sharing. But I don't want to share if we're not going to be on the same page.
Based on the understanding I got from the conversation, we're all going to be forced onto that page at some point when one of your two situations comes apart at the seams.
Yes. I
So some forewarning would probably be good
intend to
Yeah.
tell, but also
before the.
yes.
Oh, good.
But the thing is, I intend to tell, and if it's becoming to the point where things will come apart, then yes, I'm not gonna hold on to that for the sake of pride. But if we're going to be on the same page, we all need to be there, and that I know we're all interwoven, connected. God, our futures are currently interwoven, and I personally think the sooner the better. If we wanted to go get a bottle of wine, if there's wine on this island, something to drink, and sort this out, I'm fine with that.
By all means, let's all go get on the same page.
You guys can have been walking back this time,
Okay.
and there are places to drink. For
So
sure.
I'm getting Rigetti vibes again, goddammit. Except this time I'm not the one fighting it.
Yeah.
Jensung has already found the places where there's drink.
Feels right.
Man, the people here are kind of weird, dude.
I would imagine so, yes.
Anyways, I want to go back to the thing and pass out.
Yes, I think we will be spending the night here, obviously.
I figured. I'll see you in the morning.
Alright.
You guys can chill and get some grain alcohol that they seem to grow here.
Alright.
Ugh.
Great.
Drinks for everyone.
Get drinks.
Drink?
You get a little
There's
bit.
one in front of you, Cinder. Just for
Where?
you.
Where it shall remain until somebody else takes it.
I'll go ahead and take it.
Oh. It's like... No.
So, where do we want to start?
Mm,
There's a lot. I'm not sure where. Does anyone have an easier place to start?
You want me to just tell you what I'm... Do you know what I'm doing, what I'm about, at this point?
I mean, aside from the obviously noted path to murder,
With
which,
reason.
I mean, personally I think is pretty justified, just with consequences for the greater world. So,
Innocent if you're in the dark about all this. The big man in charge of Blackmire Industries, he's a vile man, and I want him dead.
Okay.
But obviously he's a very powerful man, being that he basically controls all of Seltenbrock.
Yes. That I understand. Okay.
And more or less what I've collected up until this point is a large list of people that he is connected to and people that I think are terrible. So, a lot of places that we can go. I might find someone on my list and I might take an interest in them for some time.
is that a written list that you'd be willing to share ahead of time so we're not surprised by something? Or
I
If we're
suppose at
going-
this point, sure, I'll give you a heads up.
I mean, also, like, if you're right and they're vile and he's committed war crimes to the 10th degree, yes, I also would like them dead. And if we're going to trust each other, if you, I say ahead of time, but like, if we can have more context on the names, then
Well, a fair amount of them, their last name is Blackmire.
Black Maya. Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
oh.
that.
That's fair.
There are some people that I don't know if I want to kill them per se, but I want information. One of which being the Blackmire's contact with the church, since they're buddy for some time now. Let me get that name real quick.
Is Dodrick that you're talking about?
Dodrick, yes, Dodrick. Let me just get my actual list of stuff. Notes? Me? Yeah, Dodrick Barefoot. Family is pretty close with Andreas, and yeah, he's in charge of the church's relations, and he's in charge of the relations. So, oh no, that's something that I've noted, and I want to talk to the man. There's a certain man in the Three Brothers in Seltenbrock that I would like to pay a visit to. That seems to be a terrible person. Feel like I could get information out of him, and that would want to be my first stop in Seltenbrock whenever we finally get there.
In
The Three Brothers are the three towns around the lake in kind of central Seltenbrock.
Oh, okay.
The guy's name is Johann Werkler. He's kind of just an asshole that runs one of the towns and apparently does bad stuff.
one of the names on your list, the one in Drexler who creates or works on the forge.
Well, that is there's a few people in Drexler, but
I'm specifically interested in anyone who would know of the Warforged creation forges.
Simon Blackmire.
First, I've heard the name, but I believe with
Yeah.
your interest that you would have the right one.
He's a man currently that manages the factory in Drexler.
I have interest there.
If you all are with me during the time that I actually go and find them, you are welcome to question them. As I will have some questions, a brief conversation at the very least.
be interested in at least witnessing the conversations. The outcomes concern me less, except for that one.
Except for that one?
I might meet him.
Simon? Why?
If he understands how the forges are made, or function, how the warforged are made, function, that information I need to bring back to. And
Well,
I
surely
think
we could possibly find someone else that's not a
perhaps,
Black Maya.
but do you really think it will end up that way? I'm certain they're the kind of people that hold their treasures close.
Well, perhaps we get plans or something that they keep locked away.
It's a bit more existential than just blueprints.
We'll see when the time gets closer.
My thing is that my people are dying. Because of reasons that we don't understand, but they do. And there are certain things that my people down below can do better than the Black Mars can do. But there are certain things that they can do that we can't. And I need his information, and I need his expertise to fill the gap. And that is the only reason that I am in the Skybound Lands.
Sounds to me like you don't need him alive forever then, so deal.
All right. First off, is there any on your list? Is there anyone else notable on contacts for the old church? Contacts or
For
killers?
the old church, no. No, the only real contact that I had interest in was Dodrick Fairfoot.
Okay.
And I mean, he's not exactly on my kill list per se, he's just someone I want to talk to and then decide after that.
Okay. That checks. Well, in a series of events that's a very long conversation. My name used to be Florence Monaya, and I used to be the head of the old church.
Oh shit. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You see why I wanted to, make sure we were all comfortable sharing, because it's not an easy thing just to drop onto the table.
Sure, yeah. Sure. I mean, fuck.
Yeah.
You know Dodrick?
Do I know Dodrick?
Yep.
He wasn't on my lore. Okay. I'm going to guess since he's still alive, or this is to Matthew, I'm going to guess since he's still alive, he wasn't particularly close. He was just someone who worked in the church.
He was somebody who worked for the Zeltenbrocks, or for the
Okay.
Blackmires in Zeltenbrock that you had correspondence with, but you probably never met him face to face.
Got it. Okay. Know of him, didn't really work with him.
Sounds like a good in for that conversation. Alright, great. Just, loosely tied at the very least that you used to be in charge.
Yes, well, you see, this also brings other issues to the table of the fact that the new old church leadership definitely, they didn't exactly try to kill me, but they definitely tried to prison me.
The people in God's hold.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, the long and short of it is I was more focused in on my research, which that part of thus far has been mostly true. I have been out moving around to go research things that I couldn't previously have done. But I was focusing in on my research too far and missed the warning signs of a coup. A lot of the people that Prixon, the new high priestess, and others didn't care for my lax standings with the new church. They thought that more action needed to be taken, and I thought the current way we went about it was fine. And I missed their ambitions and was very surprised when everything started, and I was thrown out, basically speaking.
That doesn't seem like a position somebody just walks away from.
I mean, there's some more details to that, but basically they attempted to sever my connection to my god. And they did. I was severed from it for a little bit, and basically I was once a more powerful cleric, and now you all met me when months after I was able to get out, I barely was able to cast Sacred Flame.
How does one do that?
A
You sever
very
someone from their own god.
a very old and a very old and banned ritual. It was banned decades ago because it was considered too cruel to sever someone from their god. In the past, it was used for basically making sure if someone was going out of control with their magic or powers, then it would just be used to prevent them from harming people. But in other cases, it was deemed too cruel. So
And they would have just let you leave or imprisoned you. Are these
no,
individuals going to be looking for you?
yes, and that's largely why I wanted to get away from God's hold. I didn't originally look like this. I did a haphazard job with dyeing my hair, cutting it, trying to make myself look less how I was, and I kept onto my cleric robes out of pride because that was the one last thing I had on. Like, that's, the only thing I really had left. But basically, their plan was to imprison me and basically research what the ritual did and what its effects were. But a few of my allies survived the attack and were able to get me out.
And
Mind you,
these people that did this to you, do you know who they were?
I mean, one of them was the leader of it was Prixon, the current high priestess.
And do you want payback?
I mean, yes. However, there's enough things going on and enough things that are going to happen that getting payback will be farther down the list, and the more pressing one will be trying to survive the oncoming events. Because from my talk with the Eye, the old church, or the current leaders of the old church and the Blackmires, mainly the Blackmires, but will start up on, what's the best way? We'll start up on something that will bring about large amounts of conflict.
Well, my long-term goals are now presented to you, so just know that that's where I'll be standing.
I don't doubt it, but I'm going to ask you to be flexible and move with the situation because the situation is going to rapidly change.
I'll do my best.
Because don't get me wrong, I didn't like the Blackmires when I had to work with them. I knew there was a myriad of things wrong with them and what they've done. But also, undoing a linchpin will have greater effects on the world and people that don't deserve the harm. And we have to figure out a way to go about that. Like, the Black Miners need to be dealt with, but in a way that won't fuck everyone else over in the end.
Did the eye talk to you about the surge?
Yes, and basically how somehow the Black Miners circumvented. Well, I guess for further context, that way Millicent isn't completely flown over.
Confused?
Yeah. um, so 1,000 years ago, before the Ascension, something very bad happened, and basically, the Ascension prevented that from happening. The Surge was another very bad event that happened, but there was no such Ascension to prevent whatever bad event happened, or, like, prevent it. Somehow the Black Mare circumvented that. The Seer, the Eye didn't know how they did.
Hmm.
They were not able to see how. They know Panacea has something to do with it, but that's about as much as they could gather from me.
Which just tells me that they're very powerful, which is something I already knew.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
It should also tell you that when the time comes, I will not try and stop you from killing this man if that's what's right, but we need to make sure that if that's going to happen, the consequences of it can be managed.
yeah, there's a difference between.
He sees himself as the savior of the world and will step on anything in his path to do so. Nobody is right in harming others, even if it is for the greater good, to a certain degree. If he and those under him found a way to manufacture a solution to a world-ending cataclysm, that needs to be understood and captured before he is removed. And it is kind of my understanding from the eye. He's unsure. It's a blind spot to him, but we were both making some assumptions in our conversation that if it were manufactured once, the odds are that the Ascension was probably similarly manufactured by some entity or some power or something. All those use. And I think that Panacea is related to it, in that Andreas is the only person who's been there and lived. I think that's probably less tied to the Surge and more tied to the Ascension. That's estimation and assumption, given fact from this strange semi-deity we all just spoke to. But I think Rook's end goal, though conceptually small, vengeance as an honest and true motive, but the impacts on the other side are going to be much different.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
There's a lot to happen between now and that point. So,
Yes, but you seem a man of singular focus. So it's important to put these things in front of you as soon as possible.
And
they've been noted.
to understand fully, like,
Mhm.
we've emphasized that this can have, if not cosmic and global ramifications that can ultimately harm remnant of life living here. And would you put that, I guess the better way to phrase that, would you put killing Andreas above that? Would you value killing him more than risking the lives of...
The whole world? No, of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Okay,
Knowing
listen,
knowing that he wields the power to affect and possibly save or destroy the world, would you let a wicked and crazy man like Andreas go unchecked and maintain that power without somebody coming after him? That seems equally foolish to me.
no, I'm not saying that. It's just, I understand revenge, but also I just wanted to get a baseline for how much do you want it. Like, you haven't made yourself seem you've seemed plenty reasonable thus far, even if our differences in if our differences are are there. But
It seems to really just add an extra step to my overall plan, which is figure out what that thing is that he knows or has manufactured, take that, and then I deal with him. So,
okay, and that's fine with me. I this is this checks out on my end.
well, it really just. I obviously have a personal grudge with Guy. Yes. For
Yep.
reasons I'm not going to get into right this moment. But it doesn't affect. It's not something that really needs to be shared. It's. What my overall plan is, since he is, an incredibly powerful man with many different resources at his disposal. I want to step by step take away all those resources and make him just a man. Just the guy at the top of that city. Chip away at all of his different little lines. And then he'll be a lot more manageable to take out. Or, to take this thing from. Find out what this thing is. That's what I'm about. Because I want to take everything from him and then see what happens. If you all can work with me on that, then I think, well, obviously, I guess the future already sees that as happening, so in some degree.
Yeah.
I did originally plan to go about a lot of this solo, but I'm still not going to ask any of you to help me kill these people. I kind of prefer myself to do that instead of you, but yeah.
To be frank, I'm not going to complain about that.
I was a little concerned about that part, so glad to hear it.
Well,
They're terrible people.
yeah,
Sounds like it.
there's a lot, and I'm sure much more that even I didn't have information for, and I dread finding that out.
Innocent. What did you talk about in there? Anything to share with the group?
Well, I really want to ask about my family. And my main goal was to travel and see the world. Like, that's true. And I just kind of went about it by maybe getting mad at my mom and maybe running away without her knowing.
Millicent, no.
I,
You lied to me?
I didn't. Uh, well, I was just very mad at my mom because, well, we had a fight about dad again, and like I told you guys, I didn't know anything, and no one seems to tell me anything, and I just kind of got sick of it after 3 years. More than that, really, but ever since my this, I point to like all the diamond tattoos on my arms, and that part started happening. I don't know what was going on, and that's when I found out a bit about my dad and his background as a Dow, and yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and we had to flee from Almarna because something they don't like magic, and we were able to take refuge with my dad's tribe that live in the Spirelands area. So that's why I'm very knowledgeable of that region. That's kind of where we travel. Um, I mean, other than that, I just kind of found out now about my dad that he is alive because I've never met him once. Um, and apparently he's been tasked to protect certain areas, him and the other genies, and since the surge happened, I guess everything has been kind of unstable and a lot of bad things are happening, so he's been kind of focusing on that. But I don't know where he is, I don't know what he's protecting specifically.
Perhaps that will give us some insight into this whole
Yeah.
whatever surge thing.
Is he the one that gave you your crystal that you carry? One that looks like mine?
No, that one I just found in the Spirallands when we were just kind of moving about. That I just found. I don't know anything else about my dad besides that or gotten anything. So yeah, that's kind of why I ran away from home, and that's pretty much what brought me here, I guess, at this point. I was just kind of tagging along people who were willing to just stick around and just see places. And now a lot of things are happening, and I'm just very confused how that is all working. But yeah,
Do you want to see your father?
um, now that I know that he is alive, I kind of do now. Before, I kind of just was done with everything and didn't want to even think about him. But kind of just thinking about my family, and I just kind of wanted to get answers from the eye and see if there was anything. I don't know. If there was going to be any answers since no one was telling me anything. And now that I found out, it kind of might be connected to us in some way. I think I want to actually find him. I just don't really know where to start.
Sounds like at some point we're going to be going down there anyways.
I don't even know if he's on this continent, though. I know my mom spent time in Tycon. I think that's where she met my dad. But it's not really so.
I don't know if we're quite prepared still to go down to the Spirelands, so
It sounds like Tycon could have even more interest.
still doesn't make up my mind as to where I want to go.
No.
Sin,
Well, yeah, but past that. Peaks or Tycon? General Tycon.
How about, now that we've discussed the world level implications of our various goals, what do we want to do that's simple? Because clearly none of us are ready to tackle these grandiose things yet.
Well,
Obviously.
sort of. I mean, like, the implications of what I've been talking about thus far is big, but part of what I need to do and part of what the eye emphasized was continuing my research, trying to find the libraries and the Leviathans, because it all connects back to, well, libraries and Leviathans are connected to each other and connected to Lattice, and there's a lot of apparently very important information that needs to be basically researched and found.
Explain to me part of how the libraries are connected to the Leviathans, and it has to do with Millicent. The genies, like her father, were the assigned guardians of these various stores of knowledge of the planes and the way things used to be that were put in place by the Leviathans that actually opened the portal for them to be in this plane. And that these crystals, like that she and I carry, are remnants of their interference here.
Huh.
Hmm.
I thought there was a Leviathan on every continent, didn't there?
I think it might be more complicated than that.
Yeah.
Well, I was
I-
going with that point was just, I mean, with all of this stuff, there's gotta be a genie or a Leviathan or a library or something in the ladder.
Yeah, there's definitely well, as the eye noted, a library. It might not actually be a building, it might be some other form of information, but there's definitely one in the ladder. Um,
At least we are still welcome there. Perhaps we start with that.
Yeah.
Work our way from the top?
yeah, what?
Could probably be a little bit more targeted. We could probably ask the individuals at the Triumvirate if they know anything of it, ask the Tarstacks if they know anything of it, and work our way in from there.
Yeah. Um, what was it about the crumbling pinks that we wanted to go check out? I know it's somewhere in my notes, but I am.
I was told it's somehow related to this and the Leviathans. From your old complication, what was her name? Prixon?
Hmm.
I
She-
literally just knew that it paid money and it sounded cool. That was
Well,
it.
if it's crystal related, maybe we can figure out where the genie is there, right? Because you said connected to the Leviathans and
I think we're
Same.
looking into all this weird shit, crazy weird shit. I think a mountain that's continuously just crumbling into the sea might. I mean, it's gotta have something, right?
And if it's tied to these, it's tied to something extraplanar, so yes, it's certainly
Oh.
worth a look.
Extraplanar. I'd be interested in. I'd like to find someone, but apparently the eye doesn't know where they are. As in, they're not on this planet. Don't know where they are. Or not in this time. So, I'd be interested in if you find out planar stuff.
They.
I'm looking into planar things because there's a connection to another plane in the forest that I come from that is spilling things into my home.
What kind
Like
of things?
bad things?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I hope that the person I'm looking for isn't there then.
However, apparently,
Yeah?
certain individuals have the power to reach across or make connections between. The ones he specifically noted with Leviathans that seem to be kind of core to that ability. For
Right.
others as well, the Tao that the genies that he put in place, but also kind of hold out the little Portworth fires.
No.
Apparently, the spirits are related as well, and are similar extraplanar entities that have made the travel and can do so somewhat intentionally.
Hmm.
So, perhaps there would be people there that you would wish to speak with, though they are probably not people strictest of sense that you're used to.
I'll pick on that later.
My head is still swimming a bit, and it's not because of the alcohol. It's still because I'm reeling from information, and I'm sure there's more to share, but I don't.
I think you accomplished your goal.
Yeah, but also things that might be important to us. There seems to be a lot of little things but
I think we at least start with just taking things one little baby step at a time.
yeah, until everything begins to until
Just
shit
Until
hits the fan, and
until
then we have to
something real big pops out at us, at the very least.
yeah.
manageable chunks until forced to manage something new.
Exactly.
It's fine. So tomorrow we see what's happening at an abbey,
Mm-hmm.
and then we
Apparently, we
go
can be of some help there.
apparently, and then we go back up a very slow and arduous river.
Well, we don't need
Oh,
to.
Wait, can we just hop to the hopper straight there?
Yeah.
Since we could,
Fuck that river. Let's just,
mm,
I am more than willing to pay money to not do that again.
yeah, that wasn't
yeah.
fun. No more dinosaurs.
Uh, just to put out there, did we want to stop by that city that was near the river that we didn't? It is kind of at a crossing point.
Further?
Uh, yeah, Saint Carva.
Oh,
Brain and look at
concept.
that and make sure that's a city, not the name of the fucking island.
Yeah, that's the one off the
That's the
list.
city. St. Karzar.
I mean, couldn't we just also hop to there?
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Perhaps we can have the captain fly us just in there. Because as far as I understood, it's like in a bowl or something over there, or
Yeah.
something fucky with the land around it.
Yeah, I was about to say. Uh,
Built in an enormous crater of rocks and crags, natural break against the constant winds and thunderstorms of the island.
Sounds interesting to me.
yeah, wasn't yeah, I was just about to ask if there was something else like fucky with it, but that might be it. That might have been the weird thing about it.
Well, it is also on like one of the more potent magical points, yeah.
Oh,
So that part's more your forte, not mine. But just figure I'd put that out there since we're going to be passing by.
so basically we're just going to trace our way amongst the interesting points until something more interesting comes up, and we go to do that.
Oh, from the sounds of our varied conversations with the eye, all of the interesting shit seems to be connected in some way or another,
Yes.
which is
Sounds like it.
simultaneously convenient and incredibly irritating. So we can just kind of figure it out as we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll wrap soon here, but
Yeah.
you guys have your chat and find a place to stay for the night. They don't charge you anything. And the following day, you guys can meet up with Jensung if you so choose.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, where'd you want to go?
Good sin.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do it. We'll be like maybe 5-6 hours.
Yeah, all right.
All right, hey, you ready to go?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Cool beans. You guys head off to visit the Abbey of Sin. The journey is pretty uneventful. You head east. You kind of fly directly over Rhino's Eye, which is the city on the lake there, kind of the de facto capital. Pretty big, sprawling city. And you fly over Fletcher's Point as well, again. No sign of any trouble on the horizon for this journey. It's pretty uneventful. Until you reach the island. As you approach, you can see it's very small and very secluded, kind of far off to the east here. It's getting pretty frigid in the air as you guys reach sort of the beginning of the end of autumn here. And you can see that it's kind of basically a small island with a hill in the center, and at the top of this hill there is this large, kind of impressive-looking building. And kind of built around this hill, there's like a small town. However, this large, kind of impressive-looking building seems to be, as you guys kind of get close to coming in for a landing, it seems to be all like black and charred. You can see smoke rising off of it. And this is kind of alarming to you, but as you guys kind of lower in for a landing on kind of the beach area here, there's like a weird shift as you pass through almost this kind of like shimmering barrier. And in an instant, it suddenly becomes almost unbearably hot. And it's weird because you were nearing kind of the sundown time of day, but as you guys kind of pass through whatever this barrier was, suddenly it's very bright. And the sun is blaring down on you, and the heat becomes incredibly intense, and the hopper becomes unable to really generate any lift. And Jensung, you can see, is kind of panicking a little bit. Like, guys, we got a little bit of a problem here. You can do the fire thing.
What? What?
Sacred flame.
You kind of, the sacred flame is radiant, so it's not exactly fire.
Oh,
but,
you're right. Yeah.
you kind of firebolt a little bit there, and
I'll just bring out the spirit and just have him like
he's just like churning.
Exist up there.
It helps a little bit, but you goeth down, and you come in for a really rough landing, and you skid in the sand here, and you can see off to both sides of you what look like other wrecked hoppers. And you kind of land, and everybody's like, and Jensung, you kind of hear just like poke her head up. Everybody good?
Just.
I think so.
Yeah. No, wasn't scared at all. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what the hell that was.
Yeah. Are we fucked? Are we stranded here right now?
Maybe a little. It is.
Oh.
You guys feel it is like really hot out right now.
Jeez. What the? What's going on here on this island?
You guys kind of like step off of this sort of overturned hopper that you guys landed in here, and you look up and you can see on top of the hill the Abbey, untouched. No more smoke, no more tar.
Okay.
It's gonna be fucking weird, I know it.
Yeah.
And we'll find
Judging
out next time.
Judging by the other wrecks, we're in for something.
Great.
Yeah. And all right, we're gonna close it out there. Went a little long this time, but there was a lot of a lot to talk about. So, and we had a couple
Yeah.
of short ones there. So, there we go.
Whoa.
Woo!
Ooh.
All right.
Your heads.
Both as Millicent.
I'm very excited for next time.
Oh my gosh.
Until then,
Mhm.
we'll see you.
Good night.
Thank you for
Night.
whoever's here.
Yeah.